When you see the indicator light near the platform light up, that means someone is translating for you. Then, simply put on the earphones and turn on the volume switch to the proper position. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the English translation system is provided for your convenience, so do please make good use of it. Some instructions. When you see the indicator light near the platform light up, that means someone is translating for you. Then
好，各位长官、贵宾、现场以及线上收看直播。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Design Without Borders Forum, a Taiwan-Polish designer dialogue. And today's forum, organized by the Industrial Development Administration of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and executed by the Taiwan Design Research Institute, serves as a platform for fostering exchange and collaboration in the field of design between Taiwan and Poland. It is a key initiative in the international partnership between the Taiwan Design Research Institute and organizations such as the Polish Design in Taipei, Polish Office in Taipei, the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Department of Public and Cultural Diplomacy, and Polish Graphic Design Foundation. Now let's welcome today's VIPs.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. 好，接下来欢迎到波兰台北办事处卢伟明副处长 ，Łukasz Veremilk, Deputy Director of the Polish Office in Taipei. 好，接下来欢迎到波兰平面设计基金会创办人 René Waszkiewicz, Founder of Polish Graphic Design Foundation. 欢迎。还有今天几位重要的贵宾，欢迎到罗兹设计节创办人 Michał Piernikowski, Founder of Wush Design Festival. Welcome. 以及罗兹设计节传播与公关总监 Alexander Kitla, Head of Communications and PR of Wush Design Festival. Welcome. 接下来欢迎到 Gardenia Design Days Festival 首席策展人 Martina Blushstich, Head of Gardenia Design Days Festival。好，我们再次欢迎以上的贵宾哦。
This forum adopts the popular PechaKucha presentation format and features a lineup of distinguished speakers from Taiwan and Poland. They will be sharing with us and exploring how design shapes the future of cities and every aspect of our life. Now I would like to welcome President Zhang to say a few words from the Taiwan Design Research Institute. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Especially our practitioners, professionals from the design community around the world. I'm very glad to welcome you to the Taiwan-Poland Designer Dialogue Forum. Despite the time limitations today, we will have the opportunity to listen to excellent presentations by a stellar lineup of speakers today, both from Taiwan and Poland. I would especially like to thank the Director of the Department of Cultural Diplomacy and Promotion of Poland, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Polish office in Taiwan, and the founder of Polish Graphic Design Foundation. I would like to thank you for contributing to the exchange between Taiwan and Poland. And during the Taiwan Design Week this week, we are especially honored to welcome the attendance of not just industry professionals, but different foundations and associations. So we will be tackling different topics today: design for the city, for the society, for public services, design for public spaces, typography, design for education, and design for cultural institutions and social organizations. I would like to thank the Industrial Design Administration for supporting the Taiwan Design Week. Taiwan Design Week has been organized for 2 consecutive years, and this year marks its second edition. And we believe that this will form an important milestone in the collaboration between Taiwan and Poland. Thank you.
人来跟我们说几句话。Let's welcome Director Roland Chlonsky to share a few words with us. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon, everyone.
Out of the respect for the Chinese language, I will switch into English. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really thrilled to be here with you today at the Taiwan Design Week, hosted in this true temple of design, the Taiwan Design Research Institute. This event is an opportunity to exchange ideas, present new trends, forge new international partnerships, and strengthen existing ones in the world of design. Mr. President, this is my first trip to Taiwan. And I am really amazed what I could see here within the last couple of days. I think that what you and your team have achieved within the last 6 years, it's really very much impressive. Congratulations. It is my great honor and pleasure to celebrate with you the vibrant and innovative world of Polish design. Polish design is a rich tapestry woven with creativity, tradition, and modernity, and it has made a significant mark on the global stage. I am pleased that Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which I represent here, was able to support this truly immersive experience through its public diplomacy grant program, thanks to such beneficiaries as the Polish Graphic Design Foundation. Where is Rena? Here. Thank you, Rena. We can connect audiences in Taiwan with Poland that may seem geographically distant, but in fact very close at heart. One of the most iconic aspects of Polish design is its poster art. Polish poster design has a long and celebrated history, renowned for its bold graphics, vivid colors, and imaginative compositions. Artists such as Tomaszewski or Lenica have paved the way, creating works that are not only visually striking, but also rich in meaning and cultural context. These posters have served as powerful tools for promoting a wide range of subjects, from film, theater, books, to social and political issues, underlying their place as a cornerstone of Poland's visual heritage. I think we very often forget today in the digital world about the poster art, and for me personally, it is like a pre-art of design. Illustrations are another key component of Polish design, and they reflect the country's deep artistic heritage. Polish illustrators have a unique ability to capture the imagination and tell compelling stories through their art, and I'm pleased to see at least one of them within the Polish team. I'm really look forward to hearing what you are going to say about illustrations. These illustrations can be found in children's books, magazines, and even advertising, showcasing the versatility and creativity of Polish artists. I think that yesterday's event, Golden Pin Award, also demonstrated that we, or rather you, I'm looking at the Polish team, we have a very talented brand designers, composition designers, or public space designers. 3 Polish studios were nominated yesterday for the award, and one of them was awarded a prestigious prize. So I think this is another proof that we should cooperate even more. In recent years, Polish designers have also made significant strides in the digital realm, particularly in the areas of digital design and video games. The Polish video game industry has gained international acclaim with titles such as The Witcher, Cyberpunk 2077, or Frostpunk, highlighting the country's talent in creating immersive and visually stunning digital worlds. As I ask you to join us in celebrating the achievements of Polish design, it is important to recognize the underlying principle, or even principles, that drive this creativity: a deep respect for tradition on one side, and a willingness to embrace modernity, and unwavering commitment to quality and innovation. These characteristics have not only shaped Poland's design landscape, but have also influenced designers and artists around the world. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude once again to the organizers of the Taiwan Design Week for providing this platform to share and appreciate the richness of Polish, Korean, Taiwanese, and generally international design. I am confident that this exhibition will inspire and captivate all who experience it. And I'm really delighted, or I was really delighted a couple of days ago to see that the Polish Graphic Design Foundation signed a memorandum of understanding with TDRI. And maybe I will finish saying that I have a dream, and I would like to see Taiwanese designers and specialists and professionals from TDRI in Poland. And let's not forget that the dreams are to be fulfilled. Thank you. 谢谢大家.
With a round of applause, let's thank Mr. Czernosky for the warm words. And once again, we'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome and appreciation for your visit in Taiwan. 好，那接下来呢，我们很荣幸邀请到波兰驻台办事处的卢伟明副处长为我们致辞。Next, let's welcome Łukasz Veremyuk, Deputy Director of the Polish office in Taipei, to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much. President Chi Chang, Director Roland Chojnacki from the Polish MFA, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. I would like to thank you very much. This is a pleasure to be here as your guest during this opening session, because it's an excellent opportunity to address the distinguished guests of the Taiwanese-Polish Designer Dialogue, first event of this kind that I have seen over my short stay, 2 years stay in Taiwan. So I would like also to appreciate the hard work of Mr. René Wawrzkiewicz, who brought here an excellent, vast team of Polish studio, Polish designers to Taiwan. And it's a long list, so if you allow me, I'll just use this aid. So it's Mr. Mirek Klisz, Oksana Szmygol, Tomasz Jurecki, Daniel Naborowski, Bartek Witański, Martyna Błaszczyk, Mateusz Machalski, Zofia Dzierżawska, Kuki Iwański, Jakub Koźniewski. Well, perhaps there are even some others, but I'm truly honored and delighted, that the Polish design is showcased during the Taiwan Design Week. And just reading these names and just visiting the exhibition here at the Zhongshan Cultural Center, I'm pleasantly surprised by the scale of this event. But on the other hand, it's perhaps not a surprise at all, because it reflects a growing cooperation between Poland and Taiwan that we've seen over the recent years in various fields, from economy to education, science, and people-to-people contacts. But I'm really happy that this bilateral collaboration extends well, beyond the mundane technology and economy to the realms of arts and culture and design. This is something we support at the Polish office in Taipei. I can tell you that every year we, for instance, organize a concert, a Chopin concert in Dan Park that attracts over 1,000 of keen listeners. For the last 3 years, Poland's pavilion was present at the Taipei International Book Exhibition. So this was also an opportunity for us to introduce to the Taiwanese audience the Polish illustrators, or Polish book illustrators. Taiwan kindly hosts Polish artists, visiting artists such as Tomasz Ryczek, photographer, and there are various other events. Just last month, a world-class pianist, Christian Zimmermann, was giving concerts in Kaohsiung and Taipei music halls. So these are just examples to show you how close this cooperation is and how dynamic. And similarly, the Taiwan Design Research Institute, ever since its establishment, has shown openness and eagerness to engage with the Polish designers. So this year, the quality of the Polish design was recognized and confirmed by the Golden Pin Award. I also applaud the fact of the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Taiwan Design Research Institute and the Polish Graphic Design Foundation. I'm sure this framework will allow for further collaboration. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Mandarin language is considered to be one of the most difficult to learn and to master. Polish language is also among those more difficult to learn. But the language of art and design is straightforward. It allows for an unrestrained communication between Poland and Taiwan, bringing us closer together. So let's use this opportunity, and I look forward to all your presentations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Veremick, for the warm remarks. 好，那接下来在我们很精彩的论坛开始之前，也要首先邀请到我们与会的贵宾，还有我们的讲者们一起来到台上合影留念。So now to kick off the forum, we would like to invite our guests of honors and our speakers to join us on the stage for a group photo. 好，首先呢，我们邀请到的是我们的讲者。First, let's welcome our speakers to the stage. Mirek Klisz, Project Manager and Partner of Studio Ortade, and Oksana Szmygol, our Director and Partner, also from Studio Ortade. 好，接下来欢迎到三叶文有限公司的严伯俊创办人。Moving on, let's welcome Daniel Noborovsky, business partner of Tofu Studio. Moving on, let's welcome Bartlomi Vajdabsky, owner of Blank Studio. 接下来欢迎到 Path and Landforms 的共同创办人于思安。接下来欢迎到草植荒地植造所的吴卓浩主持人。Moving on, let's welcome Mateusz Machowski, type designer and art director of Machowski Studio, as well as associate professor of Academy of Fine Arts in Poland. 接下来欢迎到 Just Fun 共同创办人暨行销总监苏伟翔总监。Moving on, let's welcome Zosia Dzhakvuska, co-founder of Studio Armadillo. 接下来欢迎到大象兔有限公司的共同创办人刘振坤创办人。好，接下来欢迎到 Cookie Keshovstov Ivansky, graphic and branding designer of Cookie. 以及角白设计工作室的庄继环负责人。Moving on, let's welcome Yakov Koshinevsky, co-founder of Pen Generator, 以及出未来的蔡宏贤总监。好，我们欢迎以上的贵宾来到台上。那也请我们的工作人员可以帮我们递上手举牌。好，那接下来，好，在工作人员帮我们瞧我们的这个讲者的站位的时候呢，我们邀请我们的贵宾来到第一排。好，稍后请我们的讲者可以往前到舞台的前方。Everyone, let's step a little bit closer to the edge of the stage. Later on, our guest of honor will join us before the stage. All right? So everybody step a little bit closer to here. Yes, at the edge of the platform. Thank you. 好，接下来就要欢迎到我们的贵宾。首先欢迎到波兰外交部文化外交与推广司的罗南乔纳斯基主任 Director Ronan Chernesky， 波兰驻台办事处卢伟明副处长 Deputy Director Łukasz Veremilk。Mr. Rene Vashkevich, Michał Piernikowski, Alexandra Kitla, Martina Blaszczyk, 还有摄影院的张基院长以及刘世南研发长，也邀请到国发组的洪明正组长，中华平面设计协会王德明理事长，同时也是优视觉的总监王总监，中华平面设计协会副首席副理事长，同时也是正负一瓦的创意总监，以及2024台湾设计周策展人谢宗彦和协同策展人尤宪。好 ，OK， 那我们就再一次欢迎以上的贵宾。那也请工作人员帮我们递上手举牌。Alright, so everybody, as we all have the handheld boards on hand, you can lift a bit, maybe above your heads, as long as it doesn't block anyone. 好 ，OK. And also, yeah, you can hold it together a little bit higher. 对，我们可以给第三排的贵宾拿。So that all we see, yeah, okay. 好，大家我们看向前方的摄影镜头 Everybody, let's look to the front. All right, 1, 2, 3, with your biggest smile. All right. One more, okay. Yes, in Taiwan we have a go-to pose. We thumb up when we take pictures, yeah. Okay, just like this. All right. 好，再次谢谢台上的贵宾 Everybody once again. Please bring your handheld boards and remain back to your seats. Later on, we will take the picture from the stage with every participant inside. All right? 好，现在也邀请我们的贵宾带着手举牌回到您的座位，我们要一起跟全场与会的观众一起合影。好 ，So everybody, keep the signboard with you. Later on, we will take the picture from the stage. 好，那今天呢，真的非常的开心哦，在全球设计合作日益频繁的背景之下，我们本届的台湾设计周也是以波兰为我们的伙伴国。那也很荣幸今天的活动能够邀请到波兰还有台湾平面设计界。
We are very honored to have Poland as our partner country for this year's Taiwan Design Week. Let's take a few more group photos.
1, 2, 3. And then for the second one, 好，没有拿着手举牌的与会者，请帮我们比摄影院的第一手势，右手比 I， 左手比 C， 然后合成一个 design 的 D. We have a go-to gesture when we take pictures when TDRI, which is I for the right hand, C for left hand to make a D for design. Okay? Right hand I, left hand C, 右手 I, 左手 C. Okay, everyone ready? 好，我们看向摄影镜头 ，Let's to the camera. All right, 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. 好，再一次感谢所有的与会贵宾。那我们今天也有非常亮眼的讲者的阵容，稍后呢就要透过非常多的分享。
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a stellar lineup of speakers from Poland and Taiwan joining us today at the Taiwanese-Polish Designer Dialogue. Now, we would like to move on to the first part of today's dialogue.
Introduction for the first session. Welcome. 掌声欢迎。
Distinguished guests from Poland, Dr. Zhang, Renee, and my colleagues. Hi, everyone. I am the Director General of Taiwan Graphic Design Association. My name is Jerry Wang. I'm very honored to be the moderator for this session. Last year, thanks to the connection of Dr. Zhang and Patrick, we got to know our counterparts in Poland, and we had good exchanges with them. So, and it's great to see Renee, who has led a delegation of 14 designers to Taiwan, and we have had good exchanges over the past few days. And today we're here for this design dialogue. Well, before today, before this forum, I had talks with some of these designers. Well, I can see that we have a splendid array of a splendid lineup of speakers. I'm quite looking forward to the presentations that will follow.
Our keynote, and now we will start the first session and with the topic Design for City. Our speakers are Mila Klisz and Oksana Szmigał, partners of Studio Otwarde from Poland. They will be delivering a talk on city visual identity design. And with that, please join me in welcoming them. 掌声欢迎两位讲者。
Ni hao.
好。
We are Studio Otwarte from Krakow, and for over 20 years we've been designing visual identities. In that time, we create over 300 brands, from big corporations to startups, apps, events, even family business or something like that. Versatility behind our project gives us huge perspective and help us to build and grow and develop new skills. So versatility behind that project is so important for us, and whenever we can, we take on projects from very different industries, as you can look, and work from very different type of projects. But there is one type of project that we keep coming back to. It is city branding project. Why it is city branding project? Because we truly believe that design can make our surroundings more functional, more welcoming, and every good decision can make our world more friendlier. And so that's why the city branding project is so important for us. Especially today, when we are overwhelmed with visual clutter, so some messages, and it is so important to clean that mess and find some authentic symbols for city, not just another sun over the hill or some landscapes. And in our search for authenticity and uniqueness, we focus on heritage. In Poland and across whole Europe, cities has a unique historical symbols. It is coat of arms, flag or seal. So we took that symbols, we redefined them to be simple, to be modern, to be functional for today's communication. We implemented on the whole materials, and everything looks well, from social media avatars to large scale of banners or signs. The other level is brand architecture. So you can see example from City Rybnik. It is the system is ununified. Yeah, it's each of departments and institutions develop their own visual strategy. So we took that historic symbols, use them, and create some unified system where each of departments speak one visual voice and speak one voice for city.
All right, so the logo, of course, is just the tip of the iceberg. The city needs tools to communicate, online and offline. And this communication needs to be effective, so we need to find an authentic story that's going to resonate with the locals, tourists, and investors. So how do we find this story? We search for local and historic peculiarities. For example, in the city of Rybnik, we found inspiration in local industry, also in the local dialect, local art, the stained glass windows of the city hall, and some interesting architectural landmarks. And here you can see how in the identity we used all those inspirations. For example, the animal wear is the main material for gifts and house plates, and the local dialect we used in the launch campaign for the residents. And then the illustrations, simplified illustrations from the stained glass windows, are all across the key visual, and the landmarks are drawn in the same way. It is very important for us to make the identity available, so we created an online manual where you can download files with manuals and templates, and also you can read all about the inspirations and guidelines from the identity. Here you can see a unified signage and wayfinding system which makes the navigation easier. It is rooted in the corporate identity of the city, and it makes the city more user-friendly and also cleans visual clutter. Now we wanted to share with you our newest city branding for Racibórz. And it of course follows all these principles which we talked about before. This city has a multicultural history which is reflected in its architecture. We started by creating this clear and unified system for all departments and institutions using the simplified coat of arms. And then we proceeded to finding the grand idea, to the big idea for the key visual. So Racibórz, due to its location, is a multicultural mosaic. So to reflect this visually, we took shapes which are inspired by local architecture, and we put them in the flexible and scalable corporate identity. So here you can see how the shapes work, and they work well both on the posters and municipal vehicles and even the picnic blankets. It was very important for us to engage the local community. So we created this campaign which inspired everybody to put their own mark and to add their own story to the city's history. Here is how the posters look. Then we proceeded to create in all the other materials. For example, the professional materials for the city hall. They need to be very different, so we designed them in an elegant and clear manner. And for the promotional materials and for social media, we created the designs which are set in motion. They are bold and colorful, as you can see here. So to sum up, we strive to create identities which are first of all meaningful and unique, and also rooted in the local heritage. We are very much inspired by the timeless symbols from the past, but we try to create fresh designs which respect the history and tradition, but look to the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, with a big hand, let's thank Mirak and Oksana for the wonderful sharing. Thank you very much. And also thank you for kicking up the whole session with a topic that blends now and the past. 好，那接下来我们要邀请到的是台湾方的讲者，三叶文有限公司的严伯俊负责人，要在设计成语城市的主题下，为我们带来城市设计的跨领域视角。掌声欢迎。
Good afternoon. I am aware I only have 6 minutes to introduce graphic design and the challenges we face and the experiences we have here in Taiwan. I'll be showing a lot of our works. I want to first introduce who we are. We are Yen Design. We specialize in branding, graphic design, creative direction, animation, package design, exhibition design. We have been around for 20 years, and we focus on 3 different aspects. Number one, in the beginning, we in fact started out as designing visual identity for recording artists' albums. In Taiwan, designers are usually asked to do a lot of things, accomplish a lot of tasks with very limited resources. Taiwan is a small island. However, we are bombarded with different types of information. As you might have already noticed, if you look at the album design here in Taiwan, you will see the different styles, different inspirations. And for us designers of visual identity for an artist's album, we need new stimulation. We need to stay within the market. We need to stay afloat. So we have actually designed visual identity for over 100 different albums. And our experience really tells us that this is a really dynamic process, and we never cease to change and upgrade ourselves. And in recent years, we have really branched out to different fields. We also designed the main visuals for the Taipei Art Expo 2012. We used different pop props, the different objects that we are familiar with in our daily life, and to make them to resemble Taiwanese cuisine, to combine the different images or different characteristics that Taiwan is famous for. We believe that design is never one-dimensional, is never one-directional. We could merge different styles and different approaches. I think this really reflects what Taiwanese culture is all about. It's a melting pot with different ethnic groups and immigration groups. So when these different cultures clash, we create something, we create sparks that are really representative of cross-domain and cross-cultural design approaches. Now, I want to talk about that when, in terms of the training for Taiwanese designers, I think a very important aspect of what our teachers have been teaching us is to work with limited resources. And I think this is especially important when you take on projects for the government. So a lot of designers are able to create maximum benefits using minimum resources. And I think this really is embedded in our DNA. Sometimes we need to control the budget, control the quality, we control the process, and we even have to come out with a design. So we are all like a jack of all trades. You need to know a little bit about everything. And sometimes when we work with our clients, we feel that we are playing different roles. We are wearing different hats. So I think one of the advantages of Taiwanese designers is that we can do a lot of things, and we are very flexible, and our skill sets have many different aspects. So, and this is also our daily experience. And I think it's very important also for Taiwanese designers to work with talents and professionals from different sectors and industries. In today's world where we're bombarded by all types of information, we need to catch people's attention. So we have really reached out to different, for example, the puppetry, the traditional Taiwanese opera, working with people from the film and video industry. In fact, I want to talk about this typography design we built for Nuit Blanc, which is an annual all-night arts festival held in Taipei, inspired the original Nuit Blanc that began in Paris. And we were able to work with people from different walks of life in order to reach out to wider audiences. So for us, visual design or graphic design is all about communication. It's highly functional and highly communicative. So if you believe in this kind of premise, you also then realize that you need to branch out and work with different disciplines. So this is an important project of ours. We designed textbooks. We worked with the government and to come up with a new design for this is a student-teacher communication book, which all students in Taiwan use. So by creating different sections and columns for different communication needs, we make it easier for parents and teachers to leave messages for each other using this little booklet. So in the process, we also left spaces for the students. They can also write their thoughts in this teacher-student or teacher-parent communication book. So our design is really based on our observation of user behavior. And we came up with a really successful set of textbooks. So this is an example of the science of a natural science, a textbook. A lot of children kind of shy away from learning about natural science because they think it's very daunting, it's overwhelming, too much information. So we decided to cater to the 5 senses of the children through not just sight but also tactile touches. So it was a very successful project. We also work with art museums. So this is a project we were commissioned by the new Taipei City Art Museum to create a specific exhibition that is about communicating with the local community. And through this, by the service, we were able to create a visual identity design for the new museum. In the past few years, we have really wanted to broaden our horizon, not just focusing on the appearance of our design. We're using recycled coal or recycled trophy, recycled plastics, and all sorts of recycled glasses to create new products. So we are also using different media, different types of these materials to create products which we recommend to our clients. For me, the core of our design is about communication. It transcends the boundaries of language, and it's for a better future. It's all about cross-disciplinary collaboration. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
第二个主题也就是设计。
Next, we'll proceed to design for society.
Of Tofu Studio from Poland to be our speaker. Please welcome him. 掌声欢迎。
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm from the Tofu Studio. It's a Polish studio, not Asian studio. And we're based in northern Poland, in Gdańsk. We specialize in visual communication. We provide comprehensive solutions from idea to the final effects. We are also awarded studio. We got over 200 awards worldwide, including, as you can see, the Golden Pin Award. We submitted projects for about 5 years to Golden Pin. 4 years ago, we got the main award also. So right now, Poland have 2 awards on the account. Yeah, for this, for us, this area of our activity is very important because it's proving the level of design that we can develop. Okay, design for society. Design for society, it's not so easy task because you have to put a lot of trust, a lot of understanding to the final solution, which should be a proper one. I will show you some cases that we have made. We're working very closely with our hometown, Gdańsk, which we are based. And this is the first case. We prepared the whole campaign for the project Gdańsk City of Equality. Gdańsk, in a map of Poland, have a image of a very tolerant city, and we provide the campaign connected with that image. So we prepared the main brand. As you can see in the logo, there is a twist, a little bit twist. After that, we provide some key visuals for the whole campaign. We create also the main claim, which can we translate to and into there is no place for exception. And yeah, of course, some set of visuals, as you can see. Yeah. The next project for our hometown is Gdańsk Clean City. We just prepared a full rebranding of the organization in the city that is responsible for managing the city's waste management. So our task was to repositioning the brand to much more modern and an eco brand. So as you can see, we prepared the main brand. We do not have some kind of a melody, garbage truck like you have in Taiwan, but we have, I think, really cool ones. So yeah, we prepared also a set of key visuals. We prepare also a variant for children, as you can see. So as for me, we just create something very clean for trash. Okay. The third project, also for our hometown, is the civic budget. Our main goal was to create much more catchy and much more attractive branding for our social program dedicated to citizens of the city. So we prepared the main brand, of course, the sets of visual, also including the explainer videos, which are to communicate what the civic budget is. Also, we have been responsible for a launching campaign to the citizens, also for information campaigns. So it was a really, really huge project. Yeah, this is a very important project for us because we believe that design for society can change our reality. And sometimes, if we have a space, we just engage ourselves for non-profit projects. And this is one of that kind of projects. After the outbreak of war in Ukraine, everyone in Poland was so sad. We're trying to help the refugees from Ukraine, and changing your photo profile on the Facebook or the Instagram probably quite good, is quite not enough. So we're trying to catch some other way to help refugees. And at this time, newborn foundation in Poland, named Ukrainian Women in Poland, just asking us to prepare the whole branding. And we prepared a newborn organization which empowering Polish, Ukrainian refugees, women, full branding, including the main brand, of course the key visual, as you can see, and the sets of materials. We as human beings believe so strong that design can change our lifetime that we also establish our own charity program. And if we have space and if we have time, we just prepared a lots of things for non-profit basis. This is the last one. So we just choose a foundation. From each year we're choosing a foundation and prepare them fully the whole calendar. Here's an example of a project prepared for UNICEF Poland. And the main goal was to show the viewers fairy tales and old legends from regions where UNICEF have helping programs. So we create them and produce, of course, a whole calendar in that way. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, with a big hand, let's thank Daniel for the splendid sharing. 再次掌声，谢谢 Daniel 非常精彩的分享跟我们谈到了很多在社会议题当中很创新的设计案例。好，那接下来呢，我们的第二位台湾方的讲者邀请到的是正负一瓦创意设计有限公司的。
Now, please help us welcome our next speaker, Sophie Fu, the creative director of PechaKucha Design. Hi, everyone. I am the creative director of PechaKucha Design. My name is Sophie Fu. For me, designing for the society is all about creating solutions to help us enjoy our life better, solutions that are related to the environment, the solutions that are related to the society. I'm also a professor and an associate chair at Shuta University Department of Product Design and the vice chairman of Taiwan Graphic Design Association. I have 2 case studies that I would like to share with you. We are all very aware that the Baolai village is very famous for producing mango. It is also a very cute and small community. People here engage in making pizza, and they run local shops. And in fact, this village was completely devastated by a typhoon about 15 years ago. Under the village chief and pottery artist direction and leadership, they were able to rebuild the village houses. So after the houses were reconstructed, the local community members had to relearn different skills. For example, some of them became restaurant owners, some of them became pottery makers in order to make a living. And this village is also famous for its many plant dyes, which is a lost art already. And they also noticed that they also need to manage the inventory. There's also small pieces of cloth that are left after they sell large pieces of textile that they had treated with natural dye to the local buyers. So they have reached out to us to see that if we were be able to create innovative ideas for the leftover cloth that had been treated with natural dye. So we created this visual identity for them, and here with the leftover cloth, we were able to help them create the coaster, so that the visitors to the village, when they step into the local cafe, they will order a nice hot cup of coffee, and then they will see these coasters that they can purchase to take home. So we're not just designing products for them, we are also designing, for example, candle holders that's really inspired by the shape of the mango, that's fired with the local woods. And then we were fortunate enough to win the Integrated Marketing Award of the United States Muse Awards. So this really helped the community transform and create more momentum for the younger generation to be more willing to return back to the village because there's more economic activities, there's more job opportunities for them to come back and settle down. We know that 80% of the bees worldwide are actually solitary bees. We have all heard of honeybees, but solitary bees is a specific Taiwanese bee species that actually do not produce honey. And the solitary bees are losing their natural habitats because of urban development. So we created a modular design that creates a unique aesthetic and the wooden frame using traditional dovetail methods to create homes for solitary bees. So we worked with the local students. We were studying the ecological habitats and the behaviors of the solitary bees on campus. So we were able to create all these background information that we need. So on the right hand side, we have created almost like this mosaic image of different types of solitary bees, the wooden bees, leaf cutter bees, and the pottery bees. So here I'm showing you that on our campus, our students are using the machineries to create the prototype, to create the solitary bee hotels, if you will. And in the process, we also decided that the name of the project would be Nest Bees, because solitary bees do not live in colonies like honeybees. As their name suggests, they produce individual larvae in small pockets within a nest. So we thought that each little nest or each little kind of space is like a pixel in a mosaic image. So in the end, we could use different types of colors of little wood blocks. In each block is a little space for the solitary bee to lay their egg, and then you can mix and match and rearrange the different color blocks to create the image of different bees on the outside. So with this frame with the little blocks inside, this provides a home for solitary bees to lay their eggs. In fact, many people are not aware of that the solitary bees' pollination services are 120 times than honeybees. Now I want to show you a little bit more details about our design. So in the past, you could make an empty space full of solitary bees, but this is more aesthetic, and then it actually you could use different materials, different shades of the wood blocks, and we actually won the Red Dot Award 2024. And my students and I actually went to the award ceremony just last week. And then so we had a lot of leftover materials. So we made keychains out of these leftover wood blocks. And you can actually etch your names on top of it, and then we put it on the website for sale, and they became very, very popular. And then we, in fact, were invited to visit the Ministry of Education to pick up our cash award from the minister himself just last week. So this is a project that was completed and was led, executed mainly by the students to address a social issue, to address the loss of habitat issue. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
经过我们刚才第一轮。
Okay, so we have listened to these great presentations about the design for city and design for society. Now let's have the panel discussion. And if you have any questions regarding these presentations, you can scan the QR code here and ask your questions in Slido. Now, I'm going to invite the moderator and the speakers to come up.
好，那现在我们就欢迎座谈主持人来到台上，欢迎
So now let's welcome moderator Jerry of U Design.
负责人 Daniel Nobrovsky， 还有副首席 Sophie Fu 创意总监来到台上。好，那相信我们刚才第一轮的这个 PechaKucha， 大家一定都觉得很热血沸腾哦，在短时间之内。
So this is the first round of our PechaKucha, and we have listened to these great ideas and examples of projects. So now I will hand the microphone to the moderator. I myself also learned a lot from these presentations. These speakers come from different backgrounds, and Soshi is from Kaohsiung, and Po Jun. Po Jun is a very handsome, and he stands out among the pack. I will ask one question first, and then we can also take your questions. So we have listened to these great design projects from our great speakers. Contemporary design needs to be connected with the topics of concern. And this is also about the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, proposed by the UN, because these areas of concern are different. It varies depending on your locality. So I want to ask you this question. What are the issues that you have observed regarding your city, your places, and what are the solutions for you? What are the solutions? This is my first question. So shall we begin from this side? What are the issues you have identified?
I think for us, in terms of the city branding we do, we are trying to understand what we can actually achieve with our projects. And I think the most important thing is that we give the city a voice. So whatever issues there are there, in this particular city, the problems, it has this means for communication. So people looking at this brand, knowing this brand, will trust the city when it communicates to them about the issues which Tofu mentioned. So, for example, waste management, or just engaging people in the city's life. Another important issue for us is visual pollution. So all these outside ads which make the local architecture and natural environment not so beautiful, but because they cover it up. So within the city branding, the city hall usually provides landscape law, so to sanction, to reserve, so not to have all this outside ads anymore. So I think the issues are city pollution and also globalization, I think. So with giving the city a voice, we try to make it stand out from the other cities around the world.
I have mentioned one thing. We in Poland, we have some issue, one problem with visual smog. So the process, branding process, is always a part of the bigger process to clean that mess. So the branding and the key visual, the symbols, is just a tool and one of the part of the bigger process of cleaning our cities.
I feel that in Taiwan we are younger in terms of introducing the design thinking. So this is well, our public usually are their views about design is about whether it's beautiful or not. But we know that design actually create changes, like changes in our behavior, changes in our awareness, and it can also foster changes in the process. So we're actually introducing this design process to our society instead of just the implementation of such design projects. And I feel that the next stage for Taiwan society is to raise the awareness of a design process so that it can be introduced to various fields. And I believe that we need universal design. I mean, design thinking where it's universal, it's everywhere. And when we look at other countries, we envy them. We feel that they have a comprehensive process. We understand that there are problems in terms of communication, and in the end they achieved the consensus, and that's why they have completed the design project. And in Taiwan, I feel that we need the design community to grow with our society to foster such communications so that more talented designers can work in this field. I myself work in the southern part of Taiwan, and I also teach at the university. So I feel that I also have a lot of exchanges with the customers, the enterprise community. So I feel that I can share more of these ideas with the young designers, with my students. And that's why I got into teaching, because I want to bring business information and the business needs to the university, so that the future generation will learn about the business needs. And I'm very happy to work with the TDRI, because TDRI is very resourceful. It's located in Taipei, but I hope that you will distribute the resources to the southern part of Taiwan. We also have great talents there. I am also the director of Taiwan Graphic Design Association, and I hope that we can expand our influence. Thank you.
Almost everything may be one small issue. I do not call that kind of a thing problem, but it will be really, really good if we get a much more trust from the side of our client. And that's all. We do our work well, so yeah.
Thank you for our 5 speakers. I have received many questions right now. One question for our Polish colleagues. You do not come to Taipei often, or maybe some of you are first time here in Taipei. So this question is about what you have observed about Taipei, the weakness and the strength of Taipei. what have you observed, and how will you improve these weaknesses that you have identified in the city of Taipei?
All right, so it is our first time here. We've never been here before. And generally, because the culture is so different and the city is so different, we are mostly amazed. It's really hard for us to see the weaknesses because the strengths are so impressive for us. We've seen a lot of good design around the city, really, and it stands out. And for us, the most interesting is how good of a process you have in terms of you have the Taiwan Design Research Institute, which coordinates the projects with the designers, and I think this system works perfectly well because the solutions which come out of this process are really great. And I think this fixes the problem of lack of trust from the client, which we have so far, because we have to communicate with our governments and officials and cultural institutions on our own, and as designers, for us, it's quite hard. So not always it works. I think what I mentioned before, the visual pollution, so a lot of advertisement around the city, this is something which for us we see as a problem. So I think if there would be less ugly ads and more beautiful, it's enough beautiful design, but sometimes the ads just overwhelm it. So this is from my point of view something which can be improved, and I hope it will.
I'm for the first time not in Taiwan, but in Asia. So it's for me it's some kind of shock to be here and see so many lights and so many some signs. And it's really interesting and it's really inspiring. And so and I see a lot of similarity. I see fresh energy, so strange, so sometimes funny, and so I'm for sure, and I deeply know that it is the start of the beautiful friendship. So see you soon.
Okay, so I was waiting for that kind of question. This is not my second time, and honestly, I just love Taiwan. I love Taiwanese people. We, with my colleague Adam, with my co-partner, we're invited by you in July. We spent here 7 days. We have 2 days of workshop. I mixed with Yan. We know each other. We mixed our studios so online. So we will be mixed our studios online. So I just love Taiwan. Everything here. So I cannot tell you much more. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What about the gaoliang, the sorghum wine? Will somebody talk about that? Now, just joking. Now, moving on. I think it's really rare to have so many Polish speakers and designers here with us. We would like to hear more insights from you. When it comes to designing for the city or the visual identity design for the city, because the city is very vast, it has many, many aspects. So in the early stage research, we're talking about civil, there's a civil aspect, there's a public aspect, and designer is somewhere in the middle. So when you interact with the government, when you interact with the citizens to conduct your research, so you need to do the research. What kind of research have you done in order to determine the direction of your design for the city? What kind of research do you usually do?
Often when we start our process, we already work on some base of a research which usually the city hall already conducted. So I think these are the questionnaires with the city residents, but also they form this kind of a couple of ideas of what are the main aspects and the most interesting aspects in the city. So we have this preliminary research which is usually done already, And then having those different voices from the city residents, we then, together with the City Hall team, we try to establish the best way of approach this identity. And usually we either find some peculiar sides from the history or from the locality, as we mentioned before in our presentation, or we try to somehow show in the design the fact that the city is so multifunctional, multicultural, and then we show this variety in the design.
Research. Okay, for the first time, the most important thing is know what is the goal. Okay, what is the goal and where are we going for? Where are we going with our process and what is the main goal of our work? So it is the most important thing. Next, of course, we are searching, we are asking citizens, we are asking tourists or some the other audiences about the city, about communication. And in our work, we got few levels. The first one is the symbols. Yeah, so we focus on heritage because cities has their own identity systems for centuries. They use the coat of arms or some of the other symbols. So we use them and modify them. And of course, sometimes we use coat of arm and just redefine them. Sometimes we use some symbols, some most unique symbols from a coat of arm. The next level is brand architecture. Usually there is mass, okay, and communication. And next one is some tools, some templates, some tools how to develop the whole identity.
As for me, because we do not working on a city branding, but the main key is, of course, the research. For example, we end with one of our commercial projects about 2 months ago and spent about 4 months to do a proper research. So research is the key. Yeah.
I think it is also important to sometimes, we did it once with Rybnik because it's an old project. So we researched how the city residents and tourists perceived city after the rebranding. And this is very interesting because the fact that city gains a voice and this very particular identity usually makes people recognize it better.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts and insights with us. I believe that we have run out of time. Oh, is there another question? Can we take another question? Sure, please go ahead.
Sharing that, for city branding, you want to, through the visual design, create a symbolic system or language to communicate, right? And the core will be the identity. So, you inspire us that maybe you want to, finding the identity from the past and communicate with the future, right? And for the design for the society, which are very, inspiring that you want to create some, language too, yeah. And to convey the value, right? That's a design for the society. So the key or the critical role of the design here, what would be the very good language for communicating the identity, and what would be the very powerful, influential language for communicating the value? Is that okay? But my question is just like this. For example, the Taiwan is kind of the multicultural countries. You can see that we are the multi-identities. So that will be our challenge. We want to find the identity. Actually, the answer is we got lots of identities. So that's my question for you. Same, many social issues have no conclusive value. It's kind of conflict. And we want to inspire the people in the society to more concern about the multiple aspects of the social issue. Is that okay? So sometimes, from time to time, maybe the paradoxical framing of the issue through the design will be more useful to have a very single or very significant value to communicate. So my question actually is the two: the multicultural or the multi-value. What will you approach this situation? Yes.
I think it is interesting to try to find the balance. So for example, like we did, you choose one symbol, but then you have tools to show that you have multiple identities, so either colors or shapes or pictures. And another thing, I think it is extremely important to define your key audiences. As you said, there are many different groups. So thinking about what are those groups and choosing a little bit of a different message for each group, but under, for example, one symbol. I would say this can work.
Maybe just I also add that a few days ago we have a very interesting meeting with our graphic designers, and as for me, you are in a very interesting situation right now because you are inventing your graphical culture from the beginning. I mean, right now you're trying to find your own language because of history, because of difficult history. So it's really difficult, and probably everything is dependent on the right task. Yeah. Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you very much.
很精彩回答。
Thank you for your great answers. I'll end the session here.
进行到这边呢，也再一次谢谢我们的主持人，还有5位语坛人哦，带我们更深入的去。
Yes, thank you very much for the moderator and our great speakers, so that we understand how design can have a great make a contribution to our city and society. Our next topic is design for public space, public service.
To share his insights with us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Bartek, and I'm founder of Blank Studio. Blank Studio is a studio that is specializing in designing wayfinding system for certain all spaces, actually. So we are founded like more than 10 years ago. We received like more than 40 even recognitions, awards, nominations. Yesterday we were marked 2 times in Golden Pin Award to our projects. So we are like focusing on this field so much, and we are dedicated that in all spaces we can deliver and design the wayfinding system. So on the right side you can see all my colleagues from my studio. We are working together, and we are gathering all our knowledge to design the wayfinding system as it should be. I will not present like all the cases what we have and what are in our portfolio. I want to mention like few elements, the key elements about the wayfinding system, because I believe that maybe some you will be able to, after you can check our portfolio and our Instagram. So what is exactly the wayfinding system? This is the quote from the STEG. It's Society for Experimental Graphic Design. This is like the society from the United States that gather like all studios specializing in environmental design, graphic design, especially for the wayfinding designers. So wayfinding can be defined as a special problem solving. So why? Because this is like a tool within a process, right? Within how we will proceed from point A to point B. And the same time, this is like multicultural because some elements maybe will be different in some countries, but more or less all the wayfinding system will be similar to each other in every part of the world. So how the user actually understands the new space when he or she is getting in. So there's like some basics, probably not all of you are like thinking about it when you are entering some space, but we need to pay attention when we are designing for the users, because we are designing the user experience in a space, in an existing space. So first step is evaluation. The user is evaluating like the space, what is surrounding, what the color palette of the interior design, for example, looks like, how the architecture looks like, and so on. So this is the first step. The second step is the searching for some clues, some directions, some wayfinding element, right? So then you are trying to figure out where the clues you will find. And after you will find these clues, then you need to interpret. So this is the last step in this process, right? So you need to interpret how the typeface look like, what the color palette of the wayfinding system, maybe materials. So that will give you the full information that will guide you further in the space. So basically we can say that the space is a path, different paths, but it's all about to put the right information in the best place. So we are as a graphic designer, we are focusing on the best beautiful icon as we can design, right? We can choose the best beautiful typeface, but it's all about the strategy. Without it, without placemaking, without making this location, where exactly, what kind of information is needed for the user, the wayfinding will not work very well, right? So then it will be just a beautiful, I don't know, image on the Behance or Pinterest or on Instagram. So there are like just few projects, but like I said, I will not show so much from our portfolio. These are like completely different projects. The left one is a Faculty of Physics, so the audience they were very young, so we tried to reflect this in parts of our wayfinding system. So in our studio we are gathering like so many fields of expertise. We are not only graphic designers, we are also designing the industrial design, because this is the key for what kind of career we will design, what kind of materials they will be made. Also we are gathering the constructors, so someone needs to calculate if it because it needs to be safety. Also icon designers and other people who needs to be involved in the process. So this wayfinding system is a visual support of finding the way, but also it gives support the visual character of the space. It will add the value. So what influenced a well-designed system? Choosing the right legible typeface, this is one of the key elements, a part of the strategy. Then the distance from which the information will be clearly visible and legible. Also, this is like quite important, because then we can calculate on which height something should be placed, right? And then the right contrast. So this is not only like the beautiful color we will choose, but we need to follow some rules, right? We need to receive the best contrast as we can receive. And what are the benefits? The benefits are like we go bold with the design, with the industrial design, if we did the right pre-freeze steps. So we can choose the right colors, materials, so we can play with it as much as we want, because we want to like enhance and we want to make this space even better, right? So these are like just few our project from different different places. Thank you very much.
All right, with a big hand, let's thank Ms. Katomsky for the insightful sharing. 好像还有公共服务。
Thank you for sharing these great examples. Now I'm going to invite the co-founder of Path and Landforms, Yu Si-an, to share with us her presentation. Hi, good afternoon. I am the co-founder of Path and Landforms. We are based in Tainan, and we have 6 designers. And we work on visual design, including wayfinding systems and brand image design. And today, I want to share with you these fundamental concepts of a wayfinding system and the issues that we might encounter during implementation. Most people might think about this, arrows and the icons that guides you to the next stop. But this is what a wayfinding system is. There are various dimensions and various functions, though some are for pedestrians, some for motor vehicles, and these text and visual elements together combined become this wayfinding system. And we can categorize them into 3 categories. The first one is to tell us where we can go. And second, the giving you directions. And the third one, when we arrive at the destination, the identity of this place. But wayfinding system actually gives us a lot more. So because of the color and the shape and images, they can give these destinations a unique personality. And when we design with these elements, we can take a fresh look to look at the cultural assets that we have. And we can also take a different perspective to look at our living environment. So in addition to its function and the value, a wayfinding system actually gives us much more. So now let's look at what are the elements for a designer for wayfinding systems. Well, first of all, these wayfinding systems are physical, so it could be a building, a traffic intersection, or an open campus. We need to think about the usage of the space, the user, and the scenario when the architect makes her or his plans. Then we need to think about how the users come into the space and where they will end. What's the optimal path? So these analysis will give us multiple layers of information, like the main route, secondary route, and then we can think about the high frequency route and the location, and then identify where we need to place the signs. And we also need to think about accessibility for those with disability. And all the information here needs to be organized, because we don't want to create chaos for the users. So based on the levels of importance, we can categorize these such information into different levels, and then give our users the information they need as they move about or as they head towards their destination. Next, visual design. Each element of such visual design is about this environment, and it also shapes the environment. The information, the these visual elements are carriers for information in a wayfinding system. Therefore, we need to think about the messages they give out, the text, the pictures between these characters, and the color shading, how they become friendly symbols for the users. And we also need to think about these visual elements, the text, the arrows, and the pictures. What are the scale they need when they are combined together? And if you make design for maps, again, you need to think about the information, the scale, the theme, the dimensions. So, and what do you want to show here, and what will be hidden information? You need to have clear rules. And finally, the manufacturing of such wayfinding signs. We need to think about how we present these diagrams so that the manufacturers understand fully our design concept and the materials to be used. We also need to think about the colors, because the same color, when it's applied to different materials, and when the color is applied onto the material in different ways, they might come out differently. Next, I want to share with you my observation. These are the icons that we might see for restrooms, and many places might use color like pink for ladies, but this is no longer the mainstream in today's society. And we also have like unisex restrooms. So these leads to further discussion. So last year, TDRI presented this system of icons, and here you can find different categories, different government agencies, and their corresponding rules. Finally, when we talk about public, like design for public space or public service, then this adds to another layer of complexity. For instance, for the Taipei Metro, we need to think about how wayfinding systems strike a balance with the commercial signs. And currently, I think we need to get the users to understand the importance of wayfinding system in our daily lives. That's what we need at the moment. Thank you, Suan.
We're honored to have Martina Blaszczyk, head of Gdynia Design Days from Poland, to share with us. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yes, I am Martina Blaszczyk, head of Gdynia Design Center, as well as head of Gdynia Design Days. And in the contrary to most of the speakers today, I'm not a designer. So I will very briefly just introduce my institution. So Gdynia Design Center is a public institution founded by City of Gdynia. So I'm very proud of the fact that Gdynia is aware how design is important as a method of solving issues that we are facing right now and we will for sure face in the future. So we make projects for the city, but also we are doing managing processes for designers and different branches. We have two main events during a year, which is Gdynia Design Days Festival, but also Design Talks Business Summit. And Design Talks Business Summit is an event for businesses, but also smaller businesses, designers, that is focused on transition to the sustainable model. So we are having workshops, lectures, and a lot of networking to help transfer business model to the sustainable one. And our biggest event is Gdynia Design Days. It's an event consisting of lectures and workshops, meetings, that is promoting design as a tool to find solutions for issues. We are interested in product design, graphic design, but also solutions for city, solution for societies. Our main topics are focused on ecology, sustainable development, but also, for example, inclusivity. And we have, as I said before, exhibitions, workshops, lectures, and most of our workshops are focused on manual workshops, because we believe that teaching how to do basic stuff like sewing, fixing shoes, fixing your furniture is an answer to the sustainable, better world. And in modern societies, not many of us know anymore how to fix your things, how to sew, and so on. And we also have, of course, exhibitions. So now I will briefly show you two examples of projects that we did on Gdynia Design Days for public space. First is planting microforest in our area, an area of Pomeranian Science and Technology Park that we are part of. And this is a very interesting method of planting the microforest. It's developed by Akira Miyawaki, which is a Japanese botanist, because it's a special technique that is allowing the forest to grow 2 times faster than normal forest. It's characterized by great biodiversity, and it's absorbing up to 4,200 kilograms CO2 per year. It's also a house for many local species of birds or hedgehogs. So it's also a perfect solution for the city, because it can be planted in very small area, and you don't have to maintain it. You don't have to water microforests. You don't have to work around it. So it's just self-sufficient. It just grows. This is how the space looked before. Near our building, and this is how it looked this year, first year. So this is also by accident. It wasn't our plan. By accident, it was also a form of placemaking, because immediately after we planted the forest, people are meeting there from nearby offices, eating lunches, just resting, and before the space was completely non-occupied. And this is our a bit older project. So this is the building, one of our buildings by the main street in Gdynia. And as you can see, there is a plastic banner hanging there. And this is a space that the city of Gdynia was using to promote, for example, to do your taxes in our city, and so on. And during festival, we were also hanging banners there to promote festival. But of course, 2021, we came up to the point that we thought, okay, we can't promote sustainability and design for the city by hanging plastic banners that we don't know what to do with after the festival finished. So we started to think what to do with the space other than like how to promote the festival and the big event in a different way. So we decided to make eco-friendly mural instead of plastic banner that was painted on the same wall. And because 2021 was a very special year for our promotion and for graphic identity, we, as you can see, we didn't have like colorful graphic. We had like slogans written in black on a white background, that were talking about ecology and issues. So this banner is saying, at the beginning, wanted to say, you can change the future. But then Patek Haji, that is on the picture and the design, this identity, he said, like, you know what, but let's not talk about future, let's talk about now. So he just crossed it and he wrote, change the present. So we thought it will be for 1 year and then it will be again covered with plastic. But after we did it 3 years ago, actually City is not hanging their banners anymore. Even though we didn't tell them you can't hang banners, of course, it's their space. So we just painted the dates of the festival, and it's they're promoting our festival all year around. There are no plastic banners anymore hanging there. And what is very also interesting, we made it with a paint that is getting rid of metals in the air. It's it's breaking the metal that is in the air actually. So yeah, this will also there were only 2 of the projects that are finished right now by festival, but of course we have many others that we are making not only for festival but also for the city of Gdynia. So I hope I will have a chance to talk about it more during the panel or during the talks with one-on-one. So thank you very much.
All right, with a round of applause, let's thank Martina for the insightful sharing. 好，那谢谢 Martina 跟我们分享了格丁尼亚设计中心还有
Thank you for sharing with the Gdynia Design Center and Gdynia Design Days. Our next speaker is Victor Wu. He's going to share with us a design for public space. Victor is the director of Atelier TBG. Let's welcome Victor Wu. Hi, I am Victor, and I will use the next 6 minutes to share with you what we have done for public projects. But I want to show you our projects in Taiwan, Mexico, United States, and then come back to Taiwan. This is a picture of the refugees occupying the mansions of wealthy people after war in the Middle East. This is quite interesting. Publicness. Under extreme circumstances, they will instigate transformations. So this is a idea of inspiration for us to think about how we use design for public space or to change the public space. So this is our analysis of a war. We did the collage based on the data we have collected, and we found that a landscape of a war blends many elements, including historical elements like the materials that are sourced from local and the construction methods. In 2018, I had this opportunity to create save a refugee for the Rohingya refugees. Basically, it's like a IKEA handbook. So if you go to the Rohingya refugee camp, it looks like this. No plants at all. But our understanding of Bangladesh is a tropical area. Supposedly, there should be a lot of forests. In 2002, when these refugees came in, it was green. But the government of Bangladesh thought that trees create a home, and they don't want the refugees to take this as their home. So they asked these refugees to cut off all the trees. And that's why it became a vacant land where the refugees only took shelter in these camps. So we analyze the local materials, including the soil there, and decided to help them build a temporary housing with the local soil. Refugee, sounds like people different from us, but actually they are the same like us. You will find architects there. You find builders there among the refugees, and we also invited the children to work with us because we need they can help us blend the soil. Next project is before the open space before building number 9 of MIT. Because this place has no stopping point for the people who pass by. Therefore, this plaza open space was not used by anyone. So we analyzed this space, and we installed sensors, cameras to find out how people circulate here, how they pass by this open space. And then we can think about how we can get the people stay here in this plaza. So we end up with such furniture. It is shaped like ladders, stairs, but it's easily removable. They can be used here in the open space. We also uploaded such a system to an open database online. Everyone can download it. So now let's come back to Jinmen. Jinmen is a small island between Taiwan and China, and it's also a symbol of a Cold War, like the Berlin Wall. And Jinmen is as a small island, is a military island. You see many elements of democracy fighting against communism. The historical memories are about such Cold War. But now Jinmen is developing its tourism industry. And we proposed this landscape project. So we went to Jinmen and spent 3 months there, and we used 2D and 3D tools to survey the site. And we also organized a camp, like a workshop there. And in next project was in 2020. This is Open Taipei project. We want to use 48 hours to open various spaces so that people understand how a city works. Next, this is in Mexico. We just finished this earlier this year. The owner commissioned us to renovate this old house. The owner wanted us to remove the old house and build a new one, but actually in the end we sourced the local materials and craftsmen and renovate this old house, and it became a artist village. And this artist village is now open for application. Some Taiwanese artists have already spent time there. Finally, this project, we invited 50 teams to share the design energy of Taiwan. So I'll stop here. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Victor. Now we will have our panel discussion. So, if you have any questions, please scan the QR code and write your questions in Slido. And if you like the questions by others, you can like that question, and the ranking of the question will move up. So now I'll invite the moderator and the panelists to come up.
好，接下来呢，欢迎我们的4位语坛人 ，Welcome our panelists Bartloni Vamtansky， 还有以及于思安共同创立人 Martina Blaszczyk， 以及吴卓浩主持人，欢迎以上的语坛人来到台上。好，那刚才我们也听到了如何设计呢，在公共服务还有
The speakers have talked to us about design for public services and design for public spaces. Now we would like to welcome them to join us in a panel discussion. Now I would like to turn it over to the moderator. I would like to welcome the 4 speakers to join our panel. I have thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I have a question for Martina. You talked about the design center of Gdynia, and we understand that what kind of challenges do you usually encounter when you implement these projects? Government officials, local residents, different stakeholders. So when they oppose the idea or they don't like the design idea, so what is the solution? How do you overcome difficulties like that? Thank you.
Maybe I will answer yes. These are all the challenges that we face. Of course, like you have to always use different language depending on the stakeholder you are working with. Of course, we are very lucky that we are funded by the city, so our starting points, it's quite big awareness of the city that design is very needed tool. Of course, we would like to do much more. There are many issues that we have addressed, and we have some ideas, but we have. We don't have, of course, such a big team. We are 6 people, currently 5, but let's say that we are 6 people. So we always have to choose what is right now the most important for us. We are trying to focus on city issues, but also on promoting local designers and yeah, like city, of course, like it's not easy. You always have to convince city to your vision, to your idea, and it's still constant talk and showing how design is important. Because of course, like we have evaluations, and we very often are facing difficult questions from public, from citizens, and from the city. Why do we need design? Why we should invest our money in design where we can invest in many other fields? But we always try to show the real solutions that are already made and our success and how it's improving our lives of everyone. Because design is about making solutions better for people and for the planet. And right now, this is one of the most important challenges that we are facing, ecology, sustainability. So this is what we are trying to show Gdynia, that this is investment that will be in the future our gain. And of course, we are showing that this is also real money. Let's be honest. Right now we are working also with my colleague Aneta on a solution for Gdynia for bulky waste system management to be zero waste in Gdynia. And this is same, like city, we just came and we said, hey, like this actually will not cost you money, because look how much you are spending right now to pick up the garbage from the streets. It will be not issue anymore. You can just move this money to different actions, and you will be first city example for Poland how to do it in a good systematic way. Thank you.
谢谢。哦，刚刚有看到一个问题哦，就是应该是要请教。
Okay, there's a question. For Victor. How did you start to work internationally? You worked with an immigrant group. How did that start? Many people ask, how come I have an international client? For the Rohingya refugee camp project. It really it began because the school that I was attending was sending volunteers there. So it was a big commitment for students to go. So I signed up for the volunteer group to travel there, and I realized that there's a need that needs to be addressed. I specialize in mold making, furniture making, so my skills have proven to be quite useful there. And with the Mexican project, it just happens that I have a Mexican friend, and the fact that my office is based in New York also helps. I think it's very important to study the local techniques, the local tools and materials. And this comes down to conducting the right amount of research to learn about the local environment and context. It is time consuming and it takes a lot of efforts and planning. Ideally, you want to be able to respond and reflect the texture, the materials, the techniques, the arts and crafts that are already existent in this environment. And by using what's available locally in terms of materials, it would reduce cost for the actual building, for the actual construction. So I believe that's the right approach to go for. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Okay, so Batome, I have a question for you regarding the wayfinding system. When do you often have to work with the public sector, government agencies? First question. And number two, do you always need to look for the right spot? Maybe I should put it this way. Maybe do you run pilot project when you implement the real project?
And we are not designing so often with the government and like this, but sometimes our project needs to be like discussed with the government, with some people like this in this field. Because, for example, when we are putting something in city, we need to ask for some permissions, right? So we have contact with them, but we are like very often designing for a more private sector. So stuff like that. Even when we are designing for the cities, usually the city has like a different company that will hold this tender, and then we will collaborate together. The second question was about the placemaking, right? So and usually when we are designing the wayfinding system, we are trying to prototype, of course, as we can, but quite often we are designing for the spaces that they are not existing. They are existing on a paper. We have quite a lot of projects that they are still pending, so we finished like 2 years ago, and the building will be finished like in next 2 years, 3 years. So, but even if the building is existing or not, we are trying to prototype as much as we can, trying to figure out the best material, then prototype this material, prototyping the font sizes, if we can print them or go somewhere. It depends on the scale of the project, so we are trying to figure out the best solution and to not work only on the computer, but trying to go somewhere, implement, prototype something to receive the best solution.
I think that there's this question. I think it has a lot to do with universal design. I think I would like to ask this question. A public tender. Now, there's a lot of private companies participating in public tenders, a lot of private companies participating in public construction projects. So these public construction projects, they may even receive private funds, and they're managed by private companies. So there is this trend moving public projects private. Do you have this trend in Poland?
It's not an easy question because I'm not aware how it looks like in the whole city. I can talk about the project that we are doing because we are department of the city, but we are not. We are like just part like city department, which means that when we do project, we also go to different city departments, ask for the permissions, and so on and so on. So I always think about us as someone in between, but sometimes also translator between private sector, private designers, and the city. And we have many private companies that are managing actually the city projects and city matters. We also work this way, and I think many times it just works that the public procurements are answered by the private sector. From my point of view, what I say, and I know it's maybe not the most fascinating topic to talk about, is like to make a public procurement right. It's maybe boring job for local government officials. I also spend a lot of time to make public procurements, but this is a key. Good public procurement, when you list what you want to achieve, will be answered right always. And this is the moment when you set your goals, really. Like, I want the solution that will be green, but what does it mean? What I want to have as a green solution. How I want to engage society in my solution. So like right procurement is the key to success from public sector point of view. And then if it will be answered by a private company, it's great.
Thank you very much for your answers, and we have a lot more questions, but the time is quite limited. And I already asked you the question that ranks the top. So I'll close the session now. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Jerry, and all the speakers for sharing with us the possibilities of design for public service and public space. We're going to proceed with our break, and we will come back at 5 minutes after 4 o'clock.
In the back, so please feel free to enjoy and engage with each other. Our next session will begin at 4:05. Thank you very much. 好，那欢迎大家回到我们第二场次的议程。那相信在稍微想用
Welcome back. Well, after the break, I'm sure that you are fully charged for our next session. Now I'm going to invite the moderator for the next session, the curator of 2024 Taiwan Design Week, Xie Zhongyan. Let's welcome Mr. Xie. Hi, I'm Zhong Yan. I'm very happy to see our distinguished guests from Poland and my good friends from the design community. We're going to proceed with following the next session. So we talked about design for public service, and now we're going to look towards the future. And of course, communication is pivotal for designers. So we're going to spend time to learn more about the applications of great design and potential for future communication. Now, let's welcome our speakers for this session. Yes, now we're going to proceed with the session on design for typography.
Typo designer of art director of Majowski Studio, as well as an associate professor of Academy of Fine Arts in Poland, to deliver a talk on design for typography. Welcome.
Okay. Hello. Probably my lecture is supposed to have a title, Typography for Design, because in this lecture I will try to explain a little bit about typography and my idea how typography could work in brand design. But from the very beginning, I really like to be an artist one day from my childhood. Even I've got my first drawing thanks to my mom. So I really like to find my way with graphic design, or let's say with creativity. In the middle school, I found out that there is such a field of graphic design called typography. So I fall in love with letter shapes, and found out that typography is the certain field of graphic design that I can find a connection between architecture and painting, because we've got the super serious geometric structure, and also it's a place where we can express ourselves. Later, when I passed an exam to the Academy of Fine Arts, I spent a lot of time in typesetting room trying to learn some analog techniques and then making those wood types digital. So it was my first, let's say, experiment with typography. And during this period, I was a bit upset because I never know what can I do with typography in the field of brand design. But thanks to this guy on the right, the god of Polish branding, during some Q&A session, he told me, Mateusz, follow your path of typography, because typography is super important in branding processes, and also for you as a professional would be easier on the market if you've got these certain skills in type design. Definitely, I follow his advice. I try as much as I can to create different typefaces, from some traditional to experimental ones. And then, thanks to many different projects, I became more and more popular graphic designer in Poland and start collaborating with huge brands like Żywiec, like Aioli restaurants, or one of the biggest independent coffee roastery from Warsaw. So as you can see, my all works are somehow connected with typography and the meaning of typography as a visual communicate. After many years, again, I met with Wojtek, but this time not as a mentor and mentee, but on the field of cooperation with another large-scale project, Lech Rebranding. So as you can see, he started a circle, and we cooperate on one of the biggest campaigns right now in Poland. So, why typography is so important in branding processes and visual communication? Even in the word typeface, we've got those tiny two sections like typeface. So the meaning behind this word is that some letters got different faces and different meanings. And when it comes to Latin typography, of course, we've got super obvious structure like five-line grid and some elements that are repetitive during the process of reading. But also, in my opinion, even more important is connection to writing, because even if you remember from your school period, somebody writing really carefully and nicely, another one chaotic and not really nice. So even on this example of typography, we can find out that typography got a kind of DNA of the writer, so it could communicate on two different layers. So typography is, in my opinion, something special because it communicates on the literary language, because we can read thanks to the letters. It also works as a geometry language, because each geometry figure got different meanings, and also on the level of visual language. So even if we juxtapose the same communicates, like I will find you, in two different typefaces, we can see that even it's the same communicate, the expression is slightly different, right? On the top, we will think that somebody loves us and want to find us. On the bottom, probably will be a little upset that somebody gonna find us and do something wrong. Also, we've got those characteristic visual codes, for example, visual code of the newspaper. That is, you can know from the old newspapers, super geometric, narrow letters always somehow are connected with something trustworthy. And on opposite, we've got super childish typography that never is trustworthy. So you can see that sometimes typography could create some emotion even before we start the reading process. To show it a little bit more, take a look. On the left, we've got a really nice text typesetted in Comic Sans, super childish and not good typeface. On the right, we've got a nice Renaissance serif font. And it's super important because on the left, we've got the book of important book of some philosopher. On the right, super stupid text from the internet. And even on this example, we can see that before we start the reading, the typeface is gonna tell us the story behind the project thanks to the shape of the letters. To show you more examples about connection between typography and culture, I've got this nice image of neo-Gothic cathedral and the letter from this period. So you can see we've got similar expression in both. Later, in different eras, people try to use the same methods to artistic expression, both in painting and typography. Even some thinking or maybe research schools like Bauhaus trying to treat the same method in typography that we can find in furniture and other design. So basically in all cultures we've got strong connection between typography, architecture and other culture stuff, because typography is a culture and typography, in my opinion, is the future of design. Thank you very much.
All right, a big thank you to Mr. Matosz Machalski for the wonderful sharing. 好，我们再次感谢非常精彩的分享。那紧接着呢，台湾方的讲者，我们邀请到的是 JustFont 共同创办人及行销总监苏伟翔，同样要延续设计成语字体的主题来跟我们分享。掌声欢迎。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, especially our friends from Poland. But I'm going to use Chinese for this session because I haven't prepared English version for my speech. So the topic is AI 会取代字形设计师吗? Is anyone particularly worried about such topic?
Will AI replace type designers? When we talk about replacement or job replacement, I think some of us may have already had some experiences. Digital fonts have already replaced calligraphy, telephones have already replaced telegram, and internet has already replaced a newspaper. So every 30 years, there tend to be a new wave of revolution or replacements. Here, we are caught up in another round of discussion. Many people ask, will AI replace type designers? But to answer that question, or to even delve into the discussion of what kind of impact will AI have on our trade or profession. Now, let's answer this question. How many characters are necessary when you want to create a font specifically for Taiwan? A minimum 6,000 words, I would say. And 14,000 would be ideal, but 28,000 would be a little bit too much. 28,000 characters would be a little bit too much. So how long does it take? Normally, if in the beginning, in the ideation stage, you would be creating 25 to 30 different Chinese characters a day. Towards the end, you may be coming up with 60 to 80 characters a day. So if you were to create an entire font system for over 10,000 different Chinese characters, we're looking at multiple months. So the creative process itself is the hardest to replace. I think many of us, we agree. Now, we ask questions and AI answers, but AI does not ask us questions for us to answer. At least not at this point. So I think the ideation process is the most important, the most valuable, and most creative one. So the idea is that you create 12 base characters, and then you move on to 300 characters. That's how we go about Chinese character design. Now, let's look at these 12 characters. Let's say I'm creating a font for the Chinese writing system. We need to identify the fundamental structure and stylistic direction of the font design. We can also envision different approaches to handling the strokes, ranging from intricate to simplified. Then you move on to 300 characters. Then eventually you move on to 3,000 characters. If And then you have the fine-tuning stage. If the entire process is 2 years, and the final a couple of years will be dedicated to fine-tuning. And in this process, designers would experience burnout, frustration, eye strain, physical discomfort. So this is where AI will come into the picture. AI, higher speed, more consistency. AI does not have any physical and mental issues. However, at this specific point, AI can't really replace type designers. No. Now, why do I say that? Let's look at all these AI-generated fonts on Canva. Now, if you're familiar with the characters, if you read Chinese characters, you would probably know what I'm talking about. These are not very creative, and because they were calculated and generated using very similar parameters. Now let's look at the actual blown up image of it. So when creating just font, we used AI, and then this will be launched in January next year, and we call this font Kamabit. It is our first font produced through AI-human collaboration from the early ages. So what happened was that the designer created certain Chinese characters, and then we asked the AIs to calculate the following 10,000 or even more characters. However, in the first stage, the results are not ideal, but there were surprises. For example, my colleague said the impressive thing about AI is that AI is able to systematize and categorize my intuitive work. So AI is not really replacing this designer. AI is synthesizing and categorizing this designer's ideas. But AI does not ask questions, right? While AI can generate numerous design options, the ultimate decision on what constitutes ideal fonts still rests with human designers. So even if AI excels in all of these categories, there still remains one challenge. AI does not have a heart. So what does that mean, really? Sometimes you think about the emotions that you feel. Sometimes you are curious, you're disgusted by something. You feel remorse. You are happy about something. You're content about something. Because design is used for humans, so humans must use their hearts that lie at the center of every design project to come up with ideas or designs for other humans. So at this current stage, we are not exactly worried about the possibility or the likelihood of robots replacing humans. What will happen next year? What will happen the year after next year? I cannot say for sure, but if you're asking me, this specific moment, December 2024, if you ask me this question, the answer would be no, because with the help of AI, we can co-create. Thank you.
题之后呢，我们要来探讨的主题是设。
Thank you, and we will move on to design for education.
Pleased to invite Zofia Jerzewska, co-founder of Studio Armadillo, to share with us.
Thank you so much. I actually brought notes because I am terrified I won't remember to tell about all the things I want to talk about in those 6 minutes. So please give me one moment. All right, so my name is Zosia. I am an illustrator and comic author, and I've been working with various Polish and European and world designers for the last 10 plus years, working with Oxford University Press, Candlewick Press, a variety of Polish educational publishers and others. I've always, since the beginning of my career, I've been working with magazines and publishing houses, creating educational materials, mostly for children. What is extremely important for me is to be able to deliver important, difficult, and complex information for a young audience that remains interesting for them, that is a pleasure to consume, and that will work for them in the future. And I've been providing those content materials in classrooms myself. Before receiving my master's degree in illustration, I have actually studied comparative languages and literature at the Warsaw University, where I completed a quite thorough teacher training course, which gave me a huge understanding of the various teaching techniques, of the ways we transmit knowledge. And it's been extremely helpful for me ever since in creating quality educational materials. Once I moved on to working as an artist full-time, it was obvious for me that I want to retain this educational part of my career. And this is why I became committed to creating this high-quality content with various publishers. I am a visual learner myself. This is why transforming written text into something that is visually grappling and interesting and brings you in and is playful is extremely important for me. So whenever I receive any sort of material that needs to be presented to young learners, I try to think like, how can I work with it? What can I make of it to make it more interesting? Solving this kind of problem is like solving a puzzle. So every time I receive this kind of challenge, I sit down and I think, how can I make it work for the future reader? And for this, I need a number of tools that are very important for me. And the first tool is actually my style. I have a very strong hand-to-brain connection. So as probably a lot of the designers gathered here, so if you see my school books since I was a child to my current notebooks, they are just filled with little drawings that just help me retain and organize all the information. Therefore, it was really natural for me when I moved on to illustrating that I would try and combine my own necessity of drawing information into something that works within the context, for example, of a book. All right. Here's another example of me. This is also an introduction to one of the books I illustrated. That was the first tool. My second tool is storytelling. I definitely make use of the fact that the human brain really needs to use storytelling and is very grasped by any sort of storytelling. So especially when I need to work with difficult materials, like for the Polish children's magazine Kosmos, which brilliantly uses illustration to introduce children to difficult subjects, storytelling is my go-to. We often tackle quite difficult problems. This one was actually a lighter one because this was about consumerism, but we also talk about immigration, gender roles, body image, all sorts of things that to a young reader might feel too heavy or too difficult or too boring. And storytelling and making it into a little anecdote enables us to keep their attention and also to show quite a complex problem in just a single spread sometimes. And my third tool is the metaphor, which I also assume a lot of designers use. It's a great tool if you need to quickly deliver an abstract or complex or difficult message in a single page or a single image. Therefore, I use it quite a lot with juxtaposing two different concepts, for example, like, I don't know, children's rights and levels in a video game, or hormonal changes in the body with a construction site, you know, that kind of stuff, to really make it fun, make it interesting, and attractive for young readers. And finally, I mix genres a lot. I try not to get contained within rigid structures. So I move fluently between comics, lettering, layouts. I am not a proper designer myself, but I try to work as much as I can with actual designers to work out a method and a rhythm within a book or a publication or an animation to make sure that things remain interesting and that the content is well connected to the form that it's given. Whoops. Wait a second. Yeah, that's one more example. All right, so that was more or less the outline of my methods, and I hope it's been an interesting talk for you. Bye.
All right, thank you very much, Sophia, for the inspiring talk. 好，那接下来呢，台湾方的讲者，我们邀请到的是大象兔有限公司的共同创办人刘振坤，同样要跟我们分享设计成语教育，掌声欢迎。
大家好，我是刘。
Hi, my friends call me Abai. I am the co-founder of Elabit Co., a design studio. Education is really about learning, so our design has to be learner-oriented. We would like to share with you some of our case studies. We do a lot of illustration, a lot of textbook design for different educational purposes. We do physical design, and for example, my wife and I actually started out as fashion designers. So we also work on this sort of projects, for example, catalog design, fashion design. So this is our design for the Taoyuan Cultural Expo just recently. And we also put on exhibitions. We work on industrial design, fashion design, merchandising, and we also work with this cafe down in Tainan to design their interior and then put on an exhibition there. We also work with this cafe in Taichung to upgrade their interior. We, in addition to attending exhibitions, we also participate in different art festivals. For example, this Hsinchu Xiangshan Land Art Festival is an interesting one that we participated in. We also created these art installations working with the Shinko Mitsukoshi department stores. So we were exhibiting our large art installations at 7 different locations across Taiwan. I want to talk about some of our designs that really deals with social issues. For example, I want to talk about the Ikuiku studio. This studio is very unique because it tackles topics related to sex, gender orientation, and things like that. So I really admire their work. For example, they create a book of atlas of animal courtship that delves into the fascinating theme of animal mating and reproduction. And for example, this is an exhibition they created. Some parents took their kids to this exhibition only to find out it's about animal mating, and the parents were embarrassed. But with the guided tour, with these really cute illustrations, parents gradually became less embarrassed. And then they also created this book, Atlas of Animal Courtship. It features very detailed illustrations of various animals during courtship, accompanied by very intriguing facts about the animal kingdom. So the illustration is very appealing, very cute, but then it talks about the reproduction, sex, and gender issues. And this is another a studio that I really admire, the Chaosi Studio. They really focus on designing with the local Taiwanese religious icons and the features. For example, they published this Taiwan Monster Gazetteer and the Taiwan Monster exhibition. So they take the folklores of Taiwan. When I was a kid, I loved these Taiwanese folk stories. There used to be a lot of children's books and cartoons about these giants, monsters, Taiwanese elves and spirits. So this studio really takes those cultural elements and turn them into storybooks, even board games, even these souvenirs and things like that. And these are all based on interesting tales of Taiwanese monsters. So Taiwan is very special, full of fascinating characters. If we don't tell our stories, who will? And only by telling our stories can our culture take roots. And this is the quote from the founder of the studio. And in fact, the exhibition is going to be launched soon this month about the monsters, elves and spirits and giants in the Taiwanese tales. So if you're interested, make sure you swing by. And I also want to talk about the studio called Aesthetic Cell. This studio really does a great job with cultivating students, especially young students, aesthetic sensibility. They believe that they need to make textbooks differently. They need to make textbooks full of aesthetics so that students can learn to appreciate the aesthetic appeal of things in their daily life. So they created these textbooks, and then, for example, they reach out to teachers and students, and then gaining their feedback to redesign Taiwanese elementary schools textbooks. So I would like to show you a few examples. For example, in the textbooks, there's always this philosophical quote. There's always these questions to inspire kids' curiosity and very interesting illustrations. Lastly, I want to talk about our own project, our graphic design for the Taipei Children's Art Festival last year. This festival always takes place in July and August. A lot of international groups would then be invited to Taiwan to put on performances and shows. The target audience is actually children. In fact, many parents show up because children have to be brought to the shows by their parents. The topic last year was "It's up to the kids." So when we look at the clouds, we always look at the clouds and we say, oh, that looks like a dinosaur. This looks like a cute puppy. So I thought we, as adults, we no longer watch the clouds in the sky. So I wanted to use that as an inspiration for our design. So here are just some of the examples. Lastly, I want to say that I've always loved creating illustrations, but I'm really shy showing people my work or like drawing in public. I had invitations. I had been invited to an exhibition. They asked me if I want to like draw in public so people could watch you create. I recently did that. So the visitors that walk by the space could watch me work, could watch me create these illustrations. I don't think I will ever do it again, but I think it's a major step from me. Sometimes you fear something and you end up missing opportunity. And as a designer, I'm always like to push the envelope. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Now that we have concluded the 4 presentation for the session. Now, if you have any questions for our 4 speakers, you could scan the QR code to submit your questions. And we will rank the questions based on everyone's votes, and the questions with the highest number of votes will be answered first. Now, let's welcome Mr. Xie, the curator of 2024 Taiwan Design Week, the moderator, to go on stage along with the 4 speakers.
到台上。好，那刚才呢，我们也听到了。
Yes, we have listened to these great ideas about design for typography and design for education. Now I'm going to hand the microphone over to the moderator. Yes, let's begin our panel discussion now.
To Poland designers about if there's any small stories that even from the beginning that how you choose which will be your career, and even if it's from your childhood or even it's from any kind of interest. Yeah.
You know, to be honest, as I mentioned during my presentation, I really like to find a discipline that somehow connects the architecture and painting. And I felt from the very beginning that letter forms are this kind of field of graphic design that I can find this super modular way of thinking and also a lot of different options for artistic expression thanks to the letters. But of course, letters should be always visible and easy to read. So there is this tiny line between artistic expression and the purpose of creating typography.
Yeah, the question, why did you design? Why did you decide to go with typography when you work as a designer? Well, in simple words, I met my partner after I graduated from school, and my partner has background in typography, and we worked together since 2012. So that's why I am now in typography. Well, in 2012, typography was not even a field in Taiwan. But then we work on typography, and we also publish some books, and we have this. We also had a crowdfunding project. So and it's I didn't plan to be a typography designer, but I ended up to be a designer for typography. So this is quite spontaneous. Okay, how about the other speakers?
Contact with design itself is also from my childhood. So I also do the same, like I try to draw many, for instance, like MBA logos from my school book. So all my teachers, it's like, what you're doing is, it should be like doing this. But it's started to become some sort of like a memorized method for me. So also I feel like it's really helpful for myself. Even I draw something from the chopsticks, like sometimes drawing the dragons or something. So I think for the education, it will be also attached or detached with the design itself. So how you see, or how is your perspective from this?
What do you mean? Like how that illustration is connected to design, or
yeah,
education,
or detached? Is really bounding, or is should be like?
Yeah, sure. No, for me, I mean, as I mentioned before, I have a very visual way of learning and thinking. So to me, they were always detached. Mm-hmm. Our classroom books, when in the 90s, were quite ugly. So of course I think every child with pencil or pens, if they are adventurous, would correct all the photographs and add some drawings on the margins. So yeah, this is why I'm trying to give the children now what I didn't have also as a young learner, to show them that transferring information can be fun, mm-hmm. that infographics are an amazing way to explain things, for example, and making them colorful and interesting and maintaining a clear message in all of this. I mean, you just have to have good design for that.
Yeah. 那我也问阿北一个问题哦，就是。
I also have a question for Abe. Well, in the process, I think make design fun or interesting is also very important, and the fun part can come from various sources. For instance, I like the story of Red Riding Hood, and I also listen to sometimes like the grim tales and about the dark forest, and sometimes I got scared because of such stories. Could you talk more about your process, design process? I find it interesting as a designer because as a designer we touch upon various fields. And of course, we learn a lot when we go into a new field and work with a new customer. So I keep it open, and I try to understand what my customers are telling me. Of course, sometimes it's very technical, and I try to understand. And since I work on illustration, so basically we need to use pictures to help our customers to make their messages accessible. So, next question. How do you make your work stand out? How do you develop your unique style? For instance, your own pictures, your own illustration. How do you create your own identity in your works?
I think it's super important to mention that probably all of us, no matter if somebody illustrator, typographer, graphic designer, it's all about transcription from literal language into the visual language. So basically all the specific part or field of graphic design, no matter is it illustration, poster design, or whatever, based on the same skeleton, let's say, or something like that. And when it comes to the style or inspiration or developing this skills and style, in my opinion, it's all starting the same way, like from the paper and the pencil. I really prefer this way of thinking because I feel like during the computer process we are a little bit shy to do any mistake, and I feel it's super important to do sketches because we get more expression and we are not shy to do some mistakes or unusual letter forms, for example, and it's always for me huge inspiration. And also I feel that after the education process I know how to create nice letters, but usually during my trips and travelings I really like to find some mistakes that could be an inspiration for the next project. So I feel like my style is a mix of different influence, a little bit from educational background and a little bit from mistakes that I found on the street, basically.
Yes, I would also.
After fighting for the microphone, yeah.
Sorry for the scandal. No, yes, I just wanted to do a quick follow-up of what Mateusz just said, that I would like to give a huge appreciation to analog tools and like this pen and paper way of thinking, especially in the time of generative imagery and where everything gets to be quite unified and rather bland with very quick results, but that are kind of an amalgam of the world style. Having your own particular, often imperfect line work or tastes or aesthetical choices will be the thing that sets you apart from everyone else.
For just fun, typography is a very special field in Taiwan, and well, it's a very small field, so I don't know how to talk about standing out in this field. But our recent work is about developing a Taiwan style, or defining the Taiwan style, and discovering the Taiwan style. And I feel that, well, first of all, we need to look at our history, and we need to detach ourselves from the center, like the Taipei city. And so we're going deeper and getting more information about Taiwan. Okay, standing out. I think it's luck. It's luck. I mean, there are so many talented designers. I don't know. what I did to get these projects. So I think it's partly luck, but I try to do the best.
Personality of each of you, I think, even from the experiments, even from the failures, even from sort of like referring to different things, especially if you found someone really correct, I would say. So normally we see there's a lot of pathway. Even I think coordinate with the theme of this year's Design Week is also discuss about even if human can make mistakes, that we can learn from the mistake. It's like the difference from the AI, which we're pursuing all the perfections. So this kind of experiment spirit is really worth it to learn from. 我在线上还有一些问题，我觉得。
I also received these questions online.
So moral risks connected to both typographic and illustration. The more knowledge that we have, it is easier to manipulate or propaganda to the audience. So how you avoid this kind of a risk, or how you manage to have this kind of conflict to emerge together to maybe correct in the sense that it could be saying the more precise words. I think maybe from Socia, yeah.
Could I, let me make sure I understood the question right. Is it, do you mean like how to make sure that our work is precise and like factually accurate, or not used for manipulation reasons?
Yeah, not like manipulate by this message itself. It will be more precise to tell the correct stories, we would say, like this kind of a way, yeah.
I feel like in both disciplines there is this kind of visual codes that everybody can understand. So in typography we've got, for example, the shape of the letter of this level of visual language that everybody can understand. For example, bold letter always will communicate something. The tiny letter will be totally different. So in my opinion, it's the way of maybe not expression, but education to learn of all those visual codes, because if you juxtapose, for example, languages, I don't know, Taiwanese to Polish language, we've got many differences, but on visual level, we are almost same, like pictograms and other fields of graphic design are simple the same, and some visual constructs that exist in our city space are pretty the same, even if our languages or cultures are slightly different.
Yes, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I will maybe also add that both typography and illustration, they carry emotion too, and that is also quite universal. If I pick up a local children's book, I will see the same emotions conveyed to children as you do in a Polish one. So I think there are some universal ways of communication that just transcend the manipulation.
I think we can even risk a statement that typography is an illustration, because we've got a skeleton in Europe from the ancient Latin, and we are still restyling this skeleton. So basically it's like illustration, but in a little bit different way.
Okay. No. Okay. I think because of the time, so I think we will end of this panel right now. I think it lacks a lot of imagination for us, especially even for me as an educator. I think also I can learn a lot from the typo design. So yeah, thank you again for the panel.
好，我们热烈掌声，谢谢主持人还有语坛人带来非常精彩的交流，让我们对于字体还有教育还有插画在可能视觉表达上它更多的可能性。那同时也谈到了。
Yes, thank you very much for unveiling possibilities about typography and illustration. Now we're going to move on to talk about design for cultural institutions and social organizations.
Institutions and social organizations. We are firstly honored to have Cookie Keshetov Ivansky, graphic and branding designer of Cookie, to share with us.
Hi, so we all come from somewhere. We all were born somewhere. So I was born here. This is the city of Łódź, one of the most duelist places in Poland, and it was a privilege to be born there, actually. This is our typography. Most of the places in Łódź are still looks more or less like this, and it just gave this enormous thing of DIY culture that we still have it, and that I was a big representative of. So at some point, me and my friend, we decided to open our own our own silkscreen studio, because nobody gave us job. There was no job. There was no design job at that time. So we thought that we really want to do something, and then we want to do something. So we start doing something. That was our motto at that time, which I'm still sort of connected with. And because, as I said, nobody gave us jobs, so we decided that we will approach some bars, venues, concert venues, and we're going to ask them, can we make the poster for you? Most of them, they agreed. So we did the most stupid thing in my life so far. We actually print all the posters by hand on a super quality paper. A lot of money being spent for it. Most of those posters, when they land on the street, they actually disappeared. How cool, right? But then it wasn't that cool enough, because most of the places, they didn't like it. They didn't like it from the one particular reason. They didn't sell the venues because everything just disappeared from the street. And there was no Instagram at the time, at least not so popular. So the studio just disappeared. We have to close it. We get some debts, and then, but there was this turning point. Okay, what do we do now? We go this way, or we go that way, or what are we gonna do? Like, so, because there was only thing I knew how to do it at that time, was sort of me thinking of being a graphic designer, sort of. So I was asked from one of my friends that we made posters for him, and in Poland we have one of the best film schools, and they actually asked me to reinvent the poster for the film school cinema, to be precise. So then the journey begins, and it's still there. So since around 10 years something, I'm doing one poster per week to promote the school cinema. And yes, I'm running out of ideas, obviously, because there's no way. And at some point we decided, of course, to want to put some animation into it, to make it more vibrant. And that sort of my career goes on from then. So after this, I did a lot of festivals, venues, concerts, all the things connected to culture. But then, after you do this for such a long time, it's been like around 15 years or plus, then I decided that there is something wrong with it, because I don't want to sell tickets. It's not just me being a guy who sells tickets to the venues. And there is a big thing with the branding as such, because the branding can be good, but also we as a designers, as brand people, brand managers, we can harm people as well. And it's not about plastic right now, but for instance, most of the things that we design is made out of plastic, and 91% of this will be never recycled. So it just ends up as a trash in the landfills. So, and that makes me think, okay, I mean, what the fuck is this? I mean, I don't want to be the person who just is a part of the problem. Of course, I cannot fix stuff. So I just provoke the message, and then I want my future work to be, although on the edge, about communities or meaningful. Or I try at least to fit my future work to one of those three things. So just go briefly from the, oh, I have to go back. So there is this film festival, outdoor film festival in Łódź. Some people know it. And so we decided, because I became sort of a part of it, so we decided that we're going to stop single-use culture. And also we make the decision that we'll not produce any of the gadgets. So all the gadgets are digitally made right now. And so that's how it looks. We really produce as minimal as possible. And so the other one about building communities, also not an easy stuff. I was asked a year ago for one of the biggest theater festivals in Poland to make a branding for them. But I don't want to make another branding logo, blah, 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 blah. So I just go this path. So the decision was that I will make pictograms, very, very simple ones. And then through the workshops, people connected to the festival, the audience can just make their own stuff. So they just can produce more and more pictures, more and more posters, everything also digitally made. And so that's also the thing, that the multiplayer people can look at the same problem, which is very, very important. And the last but not the last one, which is my personal project, because I thought that if I want to make meaning, I want institution to come to me. I don't want to reach them. So I just start up this ecological project about flags, which you can actually see in the gallery down below. And because we're running out of time, every single flag is connected to the different problem about nature and about society and the place that we live in. All made from recycled plastic, if you wonder. And for more information, I just highly recommend to search the website. You can see everything about the project. As I say, I want people to reach to me, that I'm going to reach to the people. Thank you so much.
All right, a big round of applause for Cookie for the exciting and insightful presentation. 好，那紧接着我们台湾方的讲者邀请到的是角白设计工作室的庄启环负责。
Next, I'm going to invite Roger Zhang, the founder of Whiter Design Studio, to share with us design for cultural institutions and social organizations. Hi, I am Roger. And so I have a Chinese name, Ji Huan, but you just call me Roger. And I'm 45 years old. I just got married this year. My wife is here, and I'm a Libra. So that's my self-introduction. Okay, we are here to talk about design for social institutions and cultural organizations. Well, I was an art major. And I worked with several museums after I became a designer. So let me share with you these projects. First of all, this is in the University Museum of and this is Michelangelo. And this is the opening exhibition for that University Museum. And this is the logo for that university. And you will find works of 11. In addition to Michelangelo's work, you will also find works of contemporary artists, including Damien Hirst. So this exhibition is about classical masterpieces and contemporary artwork and the dialogue between them. So the question for me is, what should I do in terms of design? And what's the purpose of my design? So I need to think about the content of the exhibition and translate that into a symbol. So you can see these circles. The circle is about perfection. It's about Michelangelo. And then the polygon is the aesthetics of contemporary art. And putting the two together, that's the dialogue. So what can design do? And that's the first question. And the second question is, what do we do for a exhibition? Is it just poster, or is it just a catalog? Well, these are standard elements of an exhibition. But if this is the end, then design is probably too thin or too simple. So I was thinking about more intervention in this exhibition. You know, traditionally we would have labels for these artworks. when you go see an exhibition, you find these labels, right, on the walls. But this time, I decided to cancel all the labels. I want the audience to experience the artworks so that they can produce their own catalog of the works. So we have these brochures. These are introductory note of various works, and you can collect these sheets of paper that you like, of the works you like, and then produce your own catalog after you visit this exhibition. Okay, next project is for New Taipei City Art Museum. And we designed the visual identity system for this museum. Museum is a interesting place, but for the general public, perhaps they will find some distance, between them and a museum. And the museum directors would like to invite more people to come to take off, remove the barriers between them. So we see this slogan, co-creation. Museum is not a place where we create and you watch, or we tell the story, you listen. We want more interaction. So that's why this logo is made of many pixels. And who are the pixels? These are the people, the citizens of New Taipei City. So now we have this NTCAM. That's the acronym of a New Taipei City Art Museum, and it's made of these pixels. So it's easy to understand, and it's also a very direct message for the audience. And because of the spirit of co-creation, we work with the children, and this logo can come in various formats. Let's look at this video. That's the product of co-creation. And we have this VIS handbook. It's very important for the museum because this handbook gives you the specifications, and so that they can keep the VIS consistent. And next project is for Jiayi Art Museum. Well, this museum is smaller in scale, and it's in Jiayi County. It's a smaller county with less resources or less cultural resources. So the people there do not know much about museums, but actually they are looking forward to this new museum. So that's why we use add one here, add one, meaning that I will join. I will be the plus one. And this is a bird's eye view of the museum. And Jiayi in our language is also plus one. It's cute, right? Because we want this to be more friendly and attractive. And the color, well, this peach color is about the old name of Jiayi is peach. And another name of Jiayi is about wood, because it was the place where timber was produced in Taiwan. So here you will also find the logo of Jiayi Art Museum. And we want these to be consistent, like unified message inside and outside the museum. and to reduce too many objects in the logo. So we use a silk screen printing to make it cleaner and to get the spotlight, the focus of attention on the artworks. And we don't want to use too much reflective light, but as long as you look up, you will be able to find these signage and find your directions. Next project is the National Taiwan Museum, National Taiwan Museum of Fine Arts, and this is they want to promote the concept of inclusive museum. I am an inclusive museum, and this means that we will provide the good experience for the visually impaired, the hearing impaired, and for everybody. Because of such requirements for accessible facilities, we focus on I am inclusive museum, and this I looks like a person, a human figure, symbolizing the visitors. M looks like the handrails along the stairway. It represents the facilities of the museum. And it could be I'm accessible, I'm friendly, I'm happy, or I'm open for all. Because this is what we want to stress at museums. Oh, I know I'm running out of time, but I still have some slides. Basically, these are what I have learned over the past 20 years. What is design? I feel that design is aesthetics about translation. It's listening, organizing, translation, creating these images, and finally output, the production. So if we want to do this right, the first step, listening, is very important, because when we listen more, we understand the clients more. So it's not necessarily a more beautiful project, but it's going to be a project that's suitable for the customers. So that's why 1 + 1 will be greater than 2. It's not only about the demand of our customers, it's also about a brighter future.
好，接下来呢，我们也要进到今天的最后一个主题，也就是设计乘以未来。So now we'll move on to the final topic of today, which is design for future, engaging AI in design education. We are thrilled to welcome Jakub Konczynski, co-founder of Pen Generator, to share with us. Welcome.
So hello, ni hao, cześć. I'm Jakub Konczynski, and I'm part and co-founder of Pen Generator. So I'm part of this cheerful bunch here, and we are working with new media art and design. So basically what we do, we try to employ new media technologies, digital technologies, to create engaging, interesting experiences for the audience. Some of them are interactive, they're including some participation from the audience. We play with kinetics, motion, sound, and light. And we really like to combine this ephemeric world of bits with more tangible world of atoms. So we create like all various kinds of interfaces and also social situations, because we like to use the digital technology as an opportunity to bring people together, to explore and co-create and create some interesting situations together. And we think there's a really huge added value of making situations in which we can play together and meet strangers, exchange ideas, and just having a good time, I guess. But as the main topic of today's presentations is AI, I'm gonna focus on 2 of our projects concerning AI, and those projects are using AI, but also they are telling us something about AI and challenges and issues that might arise from using this technology. So the first one is called Abacus. It's an installation we did for Copernicus Science Center, and it is basically one-to-one representation of real working deep neural network. So we kind of like brought this, tangled mess and kind of opened this black box of what's happening inside the neural network and create like a sculpture form of it, so that people can really actually engage directly and confront directly with a physical object rather than some abstract idea and abstract concept. So we kind of quickly discovered that it was a pretty crazy idea to actually make a physical version of deep neural network, because despite our efforts to simplify and trim the network to be as small and compact as possible, we still need to like weave the net like by hand. So we kind of created like 3D printed neurons, each one obviously different, and then we spent like a couple of days actually trying to connect all that networks like in the real net. So that was like a humbling experience, but also I think that it's also we kind of like allow the audience to experience, how really incomprehensible and how vast and complex those neural networks are. So we kind of, I hope you kind of achieve this goal of confronting public with the inner workings of the neural net. And the other one is like more of my personal project. So here there's like two themes actually. One is like I was interested in what if we create a piece of art that rather than just being judged by the public on its like aesthetic merits, for example, is gonna actually judge the viewers on their aesthetics. Another one is about the algorithm's objectivity or lack of this objectivity, because we kind of assume that if something is digital, if something is come from computer, from some algorithm, is objective. But I was curious, can we like make like objective machine judging the beauty and aesthetics of the people? So I kind of created this a project. It consists of the camera and frame and the screen, and then I grabbed like this data set of 10,000 human faces, and I basically rated each of them in the scale from 1 to 5. And I kind of realized that we are not that nice as a species, I guess. But anyway, then my friend built a model out of my judgments, and we kind of put it inside the machine, and we created this situation in which you kind of approach the A of judgment, let's say, this beholder, and you experience a kind of strange situation of being judged by machine. And there's like more to it, because if you think about it, we are now in the era of like machine vision. Machines not only produce imagery, but also they are constantly looking at us, at all the images in the internet. And right now we are on this kind of like vicious loop, of machines nudging us to create in some kind of style, because we are obviously fed with the algorithm. We see like nice pictures on the Instagram that kind of like guides us. We think, okay, maybe that's a nice picture, so maybe I'm gonna try to make something similar. They also obviously generate images themselves. And then those images are evaluated, all over the network, all over the platforms like Instagram, Behance, or Tinder, for that matter. Machines are really judging, us on our aesthetics and also aesthetics of our input. So we have this kind of like crazy loop of machines transforming our visual culture. And what's the result of that? Oh, I mean, like it's like with the machine learning and artificial intelligence, the problem is that those machines are kind of based on kind of average. So, and then try to optimize, and optimal is boring. Optimal is average, right? So then we have like, just an open Behance or Instagram or Pinterest, and we have like this kind of like a flood of sameness in terms of visual culture. And the problem also with those algorithms is that because of how these optimization algorithms work, sometimes those algorithms tend to stack in some place, so they find like this kind of comfort zone for them, and they tend to stay there. So we, in terms of our visual culture, I guess we have this the danger of being kind of stuck in this like nice optimum of like nice, safe images and other creative output. So how that translates to education? You know, this meme used to be funny a few years ago. It's not anymore. We try to teach our students. Actually, we had like creative coding postgraduate studies. I'm not sure if coding is really the skill of the future right now, because you know the coding is like drawing feathers, and we really don't want to be a guy who draws each feather. You'd rather be a guy who knows that he wants an owl and what kind of owl it should be, rather than just drawing each feather by hand. And that's because, you know, basically that's a graph of showing the distribution of skills, talent, intelligence, whatever, and everything on the left is bad, here is average, and here is great, right? And basically everything from left to the center, we kind of probably got already lost to machines, because machines are great of creating average stuff, safe average stuff, and I think that part of the graph is gonna be automated sooner or later. Okay, I guess I'll skip the slide because, you know, I ran out of time. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Xin, thank you, dziękuję.
All right, a round of applause for Jakob for the insightful presentation. 好，谢谢 Jakob 非常精彩的分享。好，那接下来呢，我们今天最后一场的专题演讲要邀请到的是台湾方。
Okay, our next presentation will be delivered by Asher Tsai, Director of Hello World. Hi, everyone. I want to share with you the two works that are displayed at the Taiwan Design Week. I am the founder of Dimension Plus. Dimension Plus is a new media art group which started in 2009. And last year, we founded another team, Hello World, for curation, exhibition curating. So I want to talk about one educational programs that inspired the two courses and the two artworks. The two artworks are in the exhibition hall. 2002 and 2003, 2022 and 2023, we were invited by National Taichung Theater to produce this arts in school program, and this is about digital literacy and AI literacy for the high school students, and there are two components: the nonsense way of thinking and the digital detox. So what is nonsense way of thinking? Well, we worked with Meiwa Denki in the past, and we developed this nonsense way of thinking. So what comes to mind when you wake up in the morning? And you can select this in column B, and then it starts with uncanny. So if it's uncanny oven, maybe you want to get a suntan. And if it's uncanny window, maybe you want to sing. And then for suntan and singing, if we combine these two together, what comes to your mind? Some people say screaming toaster. Okay, so if you draw what you have imagined on your mind, then that's the product. You use analog materials to imagine and create. This is like giving prompts to AI. You give text, and then AI will generate the images for you. Today we talked about design, active design, like analyze materials. But when we give arts education, we ask the children to defy the system, to break up the system. So you need to think about both sides. And because of generative AI, we want to bring up AI literacy for as many people as possible, and that's why we have this game console. This game console helps people to understand how AI generate images. You can play games there on the console, or you can find great talents there. Let me show you this video so that you understand what it is. There are two game consoles, and you need to insert coins. And here, you can fight against your competitor. You can also fight against AI. It could also be AI versus AI. The game console gives you questions. For instance, the text, this question in text, and then you need to use your imagination to come up with an answer. And 2023, we worked with the Taiwan Content Creation Academy, and we had this contest. And in 2024, we also had another contest, World Series contest in Kaohsiung. And we hope that this game console will have more possibilities going forward. Okay, digital literacy, AI literacy, and giving prompts to AI. And we learned that if you use Western data to train the model, you get Western product. So this is an AI bias. This is our work with a high school girl. 2 years ago, this high school girl was already like chatting with AI, ChatGPT, and having a love relationship with ChatGPT. So what's the impact of AI on us? Well, AI has its bias. How do we resist such a bias? Well, let me talk about this example, the pig blood rice cake. This is a local delicacy. I'm not sure if our friends from Poland have tried this. Then this is a part of our patching project. For a local culture, which AI do not understand, we want to make up for the gap. So to the left, if you give such prompts to AI, pig blood rice cake, and ask AI to generate the picture, actually AI doesn't know what that is. And then in reality, this is what the pig blood rice cake in Taiwan. It's a street food where you can easily find this on the streets of Taiwan. So the patching project is to make up for the gap. And we worked with our partners in Finland, in Linz, and in Hong Kong. AI development is not a technology issue, it's a cultural issue. And finally, I want to touch upon this indigenous people of Taiwan. Well, if you ask AI about these indigenous people, Kanakanavu, AI doesn't know, and AI has bias. So that's why we need human wisdom. Thank you.
好，那接下来呢，我们马上也要进到我们今天最后一场的交流与谈。
We will now proceed to the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please scan the QR code to submit your questions. We have talked about design for cultural institutions, design for exchanges, design for literacy, social organizations, and design for future engaging AI in design education. Now let's welcome our moderator and our panelists.
方集团负责人 Yakov Koshimivsky 以及蔡宏贤总监一起来到台上。好，那也很期待哦，在我们接下来的综合讨论之中呢，也可以听到讲者可以对于像是设计未来发展，还有文化价值，刚刚也有讨论到了，可以有更深入的一些见解。好，那接下来就把时间交给主持人。
好，大家好，那我
Good afternoon, everyone. We will begin with the panel discussion. The two of you, the first two speakers talked about design for cultural institutions and social organizations. For the two of you, I have a question. Sometimes when you contact an organization, you have a certain expectation for it, and you do a design project for the organization, you change your idea or perception of the organization, or the organization actually changed because of your design project. Has that ever happened to you? Do you want me to talk about a good example or a bad example? Normally, there is definitely a gap or in expectation. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but sometimes it's somewhere in between. In my own opinion, in my own experience, I already have a pretty good understanding of organizations. So sometimes you know what you're dealing with, but you always do background studies or research regarding the organizations that you will be working for or working with. Normally, the difference in expectations is not really organizational. It's usually on an individual level. It's usually somebody that is not really something that you expect. Design is a co-creation process. So we need that communication to happen. And communication begins with listening to each other. So whether this is a person that I feel it's difficult or easy to work with, if we are able to listen to each other, I think we can bridge that gap.
Thanks, you just said it right. But also, most organizations I work with, it's a madness. I mean, it's a chaos and madness, which I really like it. I mean, I didn't like it in the beginning, but right now I really enjoy this chaos that's there. And so, but that's, I guess, this is the quite a unique thing to work in a culture, because of numbers reasons we won't go through the list right now. But it's very fascinating in a way, and what you said, if the project is changing due to next expectations, I say 99%. When I started, it's never how it's supposed to be. I mean, but this is also a good thing. I'll find it a good thing because there's a brief, which is more like a poem, I guess, than a brief, and then through the talks, through the constant working with each other, you actually achieve something that, like a 1 + 1 is actually 3 in this time. And I found it very, very unique. That's why I really like to work with social organizations, social culture, because it's just a bit different. I mean, you're more telling stories than actually selling stuff. Because many of the venues I did, their aim is not to sell, but just to engage people. Everything is being sold already, or the money comes from the government, so nobody cares about money so much. So.
I think it's also quite a good aspect, because I think designers with the clients, it seems like it's parasiting each other. We will become each other's DNA. So it's a long term, it's a long process that we can learn from each other. So I think that's why it should be like effective with each other, so the organization can be changed time by time when they conduct with the designers.
Yeah, and also you never work alone. I mean, I'll never work, even if I do work alone, I'm a freelancer, I never work alone, because this partnership is between me and, I mean, because I don't call my clients, I just don't like the name clients, because most of those people, I know them, they're my friends, we spend holidays sometimes together, and that's the lovely part of it, so, yeah.
好，那接下来的问题，我想问Jacob 跟洪先老师。
Next, I want to ask Jacob about digital tools and the AI, how they really affect our life. For our generation, for someone like me, I did not grow up using all these digital tools. I was not born into the digital world with digital DNA. So how do you view the new generation of designers? What kind of changes, if they want to go into design, how will they be different from you?
Very big danger of how easy they make making stuff, you know, and creating stuff. And I don't really believe there's like really worthwhile design without an effort. And also the effort and the challenge you undergo during some creative process, it is a vital part of this process. And also that is a joy in that process, right? And we have like these omnipotent tools that are making, you know, creating images, videos, whatever, like at the snap of your finger, then where's enjoying that, right? So I think there's like a huge danger of like this era, you know, in front of us of this kind of like great beauty and great sadness, because we're gonna have like, you know, whatever we want fast, and you know, we're gonna have like beautiful images surrounding us, but without our creative effort and some struggle, creative struggle, I think we as designers, artists, are at risk of like losing the real feel of purpose and joy in what we do. So I think that's a challenge for like that's in front of new designers, young people. Yeah.
首先，我必须声明，我是一个乐观。
I have to say that I'm very optimistic. A lot of AI, a lot of people when talking about AI tend to be very pessimistic. And I think the AI, when it comes to the AI issue, I believe that within the next 2 years, up to 90% of the content that we consume will be generated with the aid of AI tools. So the next generation or the new generation of designers, they will find a way to collaborate or coexist with AI. The solution is not something we can conceive now. There's one saying that goes like this: social media is the worst social poison in the last 3 decades. So we must eliminate discrimination or biases embedded in AI before it is too late. So we need to embed the right concepts within the new generation of designers. But as to how they will use the AI tools, the new generation will figure it out. They will have the answer.
The cookie, because you mentioned about the font design or the labels design with the film. So I'm wondering, you know, there's a sketch from Saturday Night Live. It's a sketch from USA. It's talking about the Avatar, the movie Avatar by James Cameron, using the pop art and the Ryan Gosling with a sketch with it. I don't know if you know that. There's a movie title. We were saying like normally it will become some sort of like a commercial fonts used to becoming a major lead movies. But how you see these kind of, we would say, when we involve these kind of fonts into the real movie field, how we transform or how we tell the movie story quite clear, or how you see this kind of commercial using effect or changing, people will become more fast to use these kind of easy fonts or easy stuff.
I'm not sure that
A bias. Yes.
Sketch.
The sketch. Yeah. I mean. Okay. Let me try to clarify. I think that there's a lot of digital tools, especially font as a tools. But normally people will use it in the easy way, like it's more convenient. Like we try to make it as a mod. So it's easier to do some design with it rather than create a new or a more deep meaning font, and how you will like try to provide some kind of advice for them.
I'm not sure if I get it right, but if we're saying about the media, what kind of media or what kind of tool we will use, I literally don't mind any tools. I mean, I don't care about what tools. It's going to be AI, or it's going to be handwritten, or it's going to be whatever. I mean, the tools you use doesn't matter. I mean, the media matters. I mean, and what you want to say with it matters, or whatever, what the story you want to say matters. But how are you going to achieve it? If you want to dance it, besides not doing the poster, I mean, dance for it. Or if you want to sing a song, then sing a song. It really doesn't. But this thing. That's a thing that I'm struggling with. I mean, I'm not dancing though. But it's this really thin line between. I'm in a thin line between design and art, so sort of. And the funniest thing that I don't really call myself a designer as much, and I don't call myself an artist as much. So I don't know. Like I'm here and there. I'm just doing visual stuff, like a visual language per se. And maybe this is the problem, you know, because people really needs to focus like, okay, I'm a designer, I'm an artist, like, it doesn't matter. And if you want to express stuff, and if this expression will help someone, then the goal is achieved, so you have a valid.
Because I think people will look, especially the designers on the stage, will see like we are all successful models, that even for the students, they will see that in the future they become you, or they become like have your goal, like have your successful. So which means that maybe in some point they will try to use the tools, for instance, like AI tools, or like material tools to achieve the goal like you. So even for me, I think could be some point that even AI now is quite popular, so we can find out which will be the best material, which the best tools for themselves. So I would like to ask about the individualities. 洪贤老师也可以稍微解释看看说，譬如说，你觉得，譬如像我。
So I feel that Canva is now a very popular tool with the high school students in Taiwan, and they use the fonts in Canva to produce their works. What's your comment about this? This is a similar question with AI generating images, and Just Font also touched upon this. Maybe it's not an immediate threat for typography, but you know, for education, for educators, we also had this feeling in the very beginning. We thought that AI is going to be a serious threat, and now maybe it's less threat, and the designers might feel that we can use it as a tool and we can get more sleep. But actually, it's not true, because you need to. It's not easy to control what is generated by AI, but then. If we have the human factor there, then that's very important. But automatic production and production without conscious and large-scale production of such is more dreadful.
That even now you're creating a lot of big or mega structures or installations relate with it. So how you think your installation will be also fitting with these sustainable issues?
How like installation art is going to be affected with AI? I mean, like obviously we are in a a bit better situation than like people who are just creating like digital imagery for a living, because still like making a more complex multi-modal, multimedia structures requires, you know, a very well understanding of the world in a way that AI generators are not capable of still. I mean, yet we see about it in like near future probably. So it is still like the real tangible world is a bit safer place for designers and artists than the digital world, obviously. And as for now, I guess like for people doing new media art installations, AI could help them with code, for example. So they can, and also the people with less technical skill can begin to create new media installations that were just beyond their horizon before, because they can use AI-generated code in their works, for example. So in that regard, I think it is like a nice helper, a nice tool. And for example, with our students at this creative coding postgraduate studies that probably shouldn't be called creative coding anymore, we not discourage students to use ChatGPT to generate code, but we just ask them to. So even if they get the code out of the model, they should try to understand it, like by line still, and really understand what's happening there, because then it makes their life easier. It makes you know, just judging the output of the algorithm easier, etc. So they don't need to write each code, you know, each line of code like by hand. We not discourage that, but you should be careful about not just like getting all that stuff out of AI in one go. Yeah.
And this question is for Roger. When you work with museums, of course, you will find things that you can take charge, or sometimes you need to work with others, like the architects. So how do you evaluate your role in a project? This is a tough question. Well, let me put it this way. When I work with museums, I am a graphic designer, and when I work museums, we cannot just limit our discussion to graphics. For instance, my work with Jiayi Museum or New Taipei City Art Museum, these are new museums, and I started my work with them before the buildings were completed. So there were a lot of uncertainties, and we need a lot of discussion and lateral communication. I had to communicate with not only the museum, but also the architect, the landscape designer, and the interior designer, and the government, because the government is the funding party. But this is a co-creation process. So I like what Cookie said. I never say that's my client. I feel that they are my partner. Even though they are actually my client in terms of contract. But when I work with them, I feel that we are partners because we're trying to solve these issues together. And if that's my attitude, I will also influence them. And they will feel that we're working together. And it's not like your issue or my issue. And that's how we came up with good results. Okay, now I have questions from the audience. This question is about sustainability. I believe this is a challenge for all designers. So how do we serve our obligation as a part of the global citizen, and maybe some examples about sustainability that you can share with us. Maybe Cookie, you can go first.
That's a huge topic, and it's not an easy one. But from my field, that's what I'm really trying to engage with the people that I work, is really to produce, produce only things that actually are valuable to be produced. So all the bags, all those things that, I mean, you know how many bags do I have from the festivals at home? Man, I can sell them easily. So and we don't really need more of those stuff, because most of the people that attend to the shows, they have them already. So there are many other ways to sort of not doing, or to recycle them, or to upcycle them. So in my opinion, that might be the big thing. Also, really print as little as possible also. And then if you really do print, also think about the paper is being printed on. And all those small things, I mean, they sound funny in a way, because that's also my flag project is also about it. Because if we were said that we're not supposed to use straws to drink coffees and stuff, but then if you think about the war that's going on right now in many parts of the world, all this is bullshit. I mean, all this not printing five pens and not printing 5 bags doesn't have any meaning. But then that's at least what we can do, and also it shouldn't be excuse for us, I guess. Even if so, because we are highly educated people, so then we should start this, and we should start the thing. And then if people will follow, and this is also the designer's job, it's really not only making pictures, it's just making an impact.
Can I have something? Yeah, but I kind of obviously generally agree, but there's like another issues. I think we as artists and designers are kind of like eco-shamed in a way. So you need to be like holier than a pope or whatever in that regard. So and what he said, I mean, in the end, like if it's like gonna be plastic straw or like just like paper one, it is like just smoke and mirrors, because the real issues of like sustainability are lying, the responsibility for that lies really elsewhere, like really big industry companies, stuff like that, not the artists. And maybe like first we should really think about like how sustainable it is to be an artist first, and think about the sustainability of being a designer and artist, and really not be too preoccupied by how some nuances of our designs are gonna influence the environment, because we are not really that much responsible as we might think,
其实我们在做 AI， 然后要谈永续跟。
With AI and talking about sustainability and efficiency, it's not easy. But the patching project that I mentioned earlier, you need to insert coins to operate the machine, because this project is about correction, and I talked about Kanakanavu, the indigenous people of Taiwan. Only 500 people belong to this very small tribe, and how do they, continue their culture and fight against AI bias? Well, it's not easy, and then it's. So talking about sustainability and AI is not an easy challenge. Well, this is a big challenge. I'm not sure if designers can tackle this. I mean, everyone can be part of this. It's a big topic. I can only say that as a designer, I feel that what I can do is to reduce the number of objects produced. ESG is an important topic nowadays. If you say that your design embodies ESG, then it's a great selling point. But if you review carefully actually they create more burden for the environment. So I do not dare to say this is the most sustainable way of doing things. But what I can do is to like use electronic data instead of paper format, and maybe this is more sustainable. But then, as Ezra said, when we use AI, it consumes more power, and performance is at the sacrifice of the environment. So what we can do is limited at the moment. Well, the final question is an open-ended question, and it's also part of an ongoing discussion. When we talk about the design, we can spend more time to think about what we can do in terms of sustainability. And maybe going forward, we can create some impact there. I will close the panel here with this open-ended question, and let's thank our 4 speakers.
那我想我们今天的台湾波兰未来设计
Thank you very much. We had 8 topics in this design dialogue between Taiwan and Poland. And this is a great gathering, and I hope that you find the content to be inspiring. I will close this forum now, and let me thank the audience for your participation. And please scan the QR code and fill out the questionnaire to let us know your feedback. And please follow us on Instagram, IG, and Facebook. And thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you.